to investigate. Now they're springing on this in the middle of the hearing. We don't know any of the, I have no idea who this person is. Or how she would be able to testify about what happened then. So I have no idea whatsoever.
Mr. Chairman, on that, you directed us to confine the presentation to events in Georgia and to leave aside events in other states, which we have done. And yet in the Barr's case in chief, this testimony from Mr. Donahue and Mr. Rosen was offered in order to discredit Mr. Clark. And so I think we ought to be able to rebut it.
I don't think that statement is entirely accurate, but all right, here's how I want to handle this. Mr. McDougall, can you ask her if she has testified previously? And if so, do what you can to get Mr. Fox and Mr. Burrell transcripts of any prior testimony that she's given?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and I'll allow the testimony tomorrow.
Anything else on there? Okay. I'm ready to call my next witness.
Please proceed.
I call Mark Wingate, who was in the Zoom waiting room.
Letting him in now.
Yeah, but you have one too.
No.
Behind the thing.
Oh, behind the thing. Oh, okay.
Thank you. Okay. Should I get out my paper?
I sent him prompts to unmute and start his video, but he is connected to everything. Can you hear us, Mr. Wingate?
I don't see a box for him.
He hasn't started his video yet. There he is.
There we go.
Okay.
Yes, can you all hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you hear me, Mr. Wingate?
I can, yes, sir.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. Wingate.
Good morning.
My name is Merrill Hirsch. I'm the committee chair, and I'm going to be swearing you in.
Yes, sir.
Swear or affirm the truth of the testimony you're going to give?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Would you like to swear under oath or affirm under law the testimony that you're going to give?
Yeah, either way, affirming, I guess, is fine.
Okay.
Whatever's best for you all, because I'm just here to tell you exactly what I know and perhaps what I don't know.
Okay. Could you raise your right hand, please?
Sure.
Do you solemnly affirm under pains and penalties of perjury that the testimony you will give in this proceeding today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. Could you please state your full name for the record?
Mark Wingate.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Wingate. Please proceed, Mr.
Thank you very
McDougall.
much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Wingate,
Yes, sir.
where do you live?
Alpharetta, Georgia.
And is that Fulton County?
It is.
Were you a member of the Fulton County Board of Registrations and Elections?
Yes.
And what was your term of service on that board?
I started my first term in July 1 of 2017, and my time on that board concluded on June 30th of 2023.
All right, sir. So you were on the board for the November 2020 presidential election?
Yes.
And had been on it approximately 3 years at that point?
Yeah, 2017. Yeah, a little over 3 years before the November general election. Yes.
All right, sir. Excuse me. In your capacity as a member of the Fulton County Board of Registrations and Elections, were you called upon to vote on certification of the November 2020 presidential election?
Yes.
And what does it mean from your perspective as a board member to certify the election results?
Well, I think in my mind, it was always looking at the statement of votes cast and the precinct data that we were supplied, usually very, very close to when we had certification date, unfortunately. But you look at those numbers, and if you have any issues with that typically, or any other issues in advance of certification, which was plenty of in the 2020 presidential election, that then you will, after the election director is asked by the current chairman of the board or chairperson of the board, he is asked to make a statement under oath that the numbers that we are looking to certify are true and accurate, which in my experience and in all cases, that was always the case. Is that question is asked, and it was always affirmed that those were true and accurate numbers.
All right, sir. Was there more than one certification vote on the November 2020 election?
I'm sorry, Mr. McDougal, say that again. His volume's a little bad here.
Yes, sir. Was there more than one certification vote on the November 2020 presidential election?
Yeah, as it turned out, there was, because there were multiple votes or multiple counts that were taken following the election. Yes, so there were, as I recall, there were two certification meetings for that election.
All right, sir. How did you vote on certification of the presidential election the first time?
I voted no.
And how did you vote the second time?
I again voted no.
Could you please tell the hearing committee why you voted against certification twice?
Okay, well, there were multiple reasons. There's a lot of issues with that whole 2020 election year and process. I'll be trying to be brief, but I want to give a little background. With regards to 2020, that election year, we were all dealing with this so-called thing called COVID, and that wreaked havoc, I'm sure, not only on the Fulton County election department, but election departments across the state and probably across the nation. But there were a lot of things that were taking place that, quite frankly, none of us had any experience with, and that was such a huge infusion of absentee by mail ballots. Fulton County, obviously by far the largest county in Georgia, and thus people on the voter rolls. I mean, the way in which it was managed and processed out and where it was all coming from, it's amazing that it didn't end up being a bigger dumpster fire than it was. But the things that led me initially to have concern about everything was much, much earlier in 2020. And I can't remember exactly when I began. I started looking at our voter rolls, and I did some fairly simplistic research on the population of Fulton County, Georgia. And what I found out, and of course started pressing that with the elections department, through subsequent monthly meetings, etc., was that the numbers that I was able to ascertain, we had more voters on the active voter rolls than we did of the population of the entirety of Fulton County, and then extrapolating for those of voting age. So that became a major concern of mine, and frankly, lasted throughout and continued even after the 2020 election. So that was a big issue. And of course, inside that 2020 timeframe, really there was nothing done to, wasn't time, and I understand all of that, but there was nothing done to answer my questions on that. And that I thought, well, look, it's only fair to the voters of Fulton County that, we're having clean voter rolls here so that nobody's vote, is disparaged because, somebody may have come in and voted that frankly, legally should not be able to. So I think that's very, very important for it to be Fulton County or anywhere in the country. But from that, in the 2020 election itself, I had and other board members had requested that we obtain the chain of custody documentation from the department. And none of that was ever delivered. It was not delivered at the time of request leading up to the election, and was certainly not given. We weren't giving any. Was given nothing. Even leading up to the
Let me
certification.
interrupt you right there, Mr. Wingate, and ask to explain for the committee what you mean by chain of custody documents.
Okay. In the election staff, we had many components in many areas where absentee by mail ballots were being delivered to, and then picked up and then centralized to the processing center. And then, of course, there's documentation so that whoever is handing those envelopes, in that case, off to, then it's there to sign off that they've delivered to this person, and the transportation or transport of those documents, which goes on daily, in case you're not familiar, in the election cycle. And then once they are delivered to the location that they're destined to, there is another signature required on a document that shows that, where it was picked up, driven to, delivered to, and then signed off on as received. And this is going on for multiple locations daily. And, in terms of the memory cards that are being delivered so that they can be kept, in security, there's the same level chain of custody documentation that is delivered for all of the memory cards coming in from early voting locations, and of course on election day from each of the precincts.
All right.
So that's fundamentally what that encompasses.
All right, that's great. Thank you very much. I interrupted you to get that, so pick back up where you were talking about asking for and not receiving chain of custody documents.
Okay, well, that, since we asked and did not receive any of it, that to me is just one reason. Well, how can I trust, as a board member to certify this election when I cannot receive even a sampling, anything at all with regards to chain of custody documents? So that was just another one of the things in my mind leading up to certification that was something that certainly was not fulfilled. There was also for that election, the advent of this whole Dropbox circumstance was unveiled, and then we had, I think Fulton County, we had like 36 or so Dropboxes located around the county, and these Dropboxes at that particular point were set outside of an early voting location, which means that they're in the elements. They're 24 hours a day, but there were surveillance cameras as required that supposedly were operating 24/7 so that they could be monitored, and anybody tried to do any damage or anything nefarious to any of those locations, that could be looked at, and hopefully somebody sent out there to secure the situation. But we'd ask for not every surveillance tape, but ask to see surveillance tapes on basicly, whatever, just give us some samplings of that so we can take a look at it, because I knew that this was going to be an important issue because of all the hullabaloo that any of us that were alive in those days, was witnessing as being an issue. And from that request, again, to just, the way in which it turned out, there was never one surveillance tape, an inch of footage that was ever delivered to the board. And if it was delivered to anybody, it certainly was not any board member that I was aware of or made me aware of. So that was what was another issue. The other issue we had down here was this whole questioning of ballots underneath a table and then being pulled out on election night, excuse me, at State Farm Arena. Well, we did see on television, by the way, we did see that surveillance tape. And of course, I, as a board member and knowing most all of those people who were in that room that night, I didn't make any judgment as to what was going on. It wasn't, I had no basis to do that. But I did see it. And of course, I asked the questions of our director. And this was, I believe, the day following Election Day. And, his response was, well, he just hasn't had time to look into this, but he will and get back to us. Well, there was nothing ever gotten back to, at least to me as a board member, that had any explanation of that election night at State Farm Arena. And we got to certification and there was still no response to that. Did not know, still being investigated exactly. Well, I think the director, in my opinion, and still believe that to this day, could have, stated, look, I've talked to everybody and this is what transpired. I firmly believe that should have been done by the then director, but it was not. And the last thing was, well, not the last thing, but the big, what I call the 4 or 5 things that prevented me from certifying was we had such a huge number of absentee by mail ballots. And those ballots, we as the department and the board, and then the board of commissioners who has to approve, certain expenditures, because it was, becoming very clear that there was going to be a larger amount of absentee by mail ballots this election year than by far than in previous years. So they determined a system that is called BlueCrest. And the BlueCrest platform primarily was an absentee by mail or a paper ballot processing application. And that would, scan in the outer oath envelopes. It would open them. It would then pull them out. It would flatten them, as they call it, and then put them in bundles for, for later processing and scanning. Part of that, or one of the applications or elements of that BlueCrest platform, was an electronic signature verification component. And of course, we all, as that was reported, we all thought that was going to be up and running, and how, how exactly that the department, the people there for managing the absentee by mail ballot processing would have a very fine function in the electronic signature verification component. Well, as I recall, I believe that time frame was in October at the board meeting for October. I had asked the question, where are we with regards to the functionality of the electronic signature verification component? And I was told that the technicians from BlueCrest were in our building that day, and that they were working to functionalize the electronic signature verification component.
Well, functionality and functionalize, what's the plain English meaning of that?
Meaning getting it to work.
Thank you.
If that makes sense. Yeah, I'm sorry, I was unclear. That they were in there to make the thing work.
Okay.
And, we certainly, as we would let, the board meeting concluded, we went on, but after the fact, we were not told in between that October date and then, of course, about a month later, the election itself, you know, at least I was not told that they did not get it to work. So, you know, somewhere along the line, and I am sorry, I can't remember exactly when it was, but I had asked the question, well, okay, well, you know, what did we do for signature verification? And the comment I got back was, which frankly at that time floored me, was, well, you know, we didn't do any. And I remember I forget where I was, you know, I was on a phone call, I forget exactly, and I apologize, it's been so long. But, you know, I do remember that comment that, you know, we didn't do any. Now, of course, I took that saying, all right, well, by law, you've got to do signature verification. You've got to at least have somebody looking at this. And one side of that is that whomever you have that is looking at and supposed to be, you know, verifying signature, that if there is no signature on the oath envelope, then how are you curing it, or what are you doing with them? And I remember going down, you know, on from that and said, well, you know, there weren't many, so we just sent them back out, and if they reply on time, then they'll get their vote counted. Well, I thought that was a little weak, but anyway, that's as I recall, that's what I was told.
All right, sir.
Those are primarily, ladies and gentlemen, that was primarily in my mind and in my reasoning, why I was not comfortable, you know, in certifying.
All right, sir. And what was the vote on certification? What was the vote total on certification when the board voted?
Well, there were two in the board, you know, there's 2 Republicans, 2 Democrats, and then supposedly, which doesn't always work that way, an independent or a nonpartisan chair. The vote was 3 to certify and 2 against.
And that was for both certification votes?
That's yes. Yeah.
All right. And do you have an understanding of how much the BlueCrest system cost the county?
Yeah, I know. And again, I can't be precise, but it seems to me like the entire platform was a little over $1 million, $1 million.
And
I'm sorry.
I'm trying to clear my throat. To your knowledge, did they ever get it working?
To my knowledge, no. It obviously did not work leading up to and going through any of the 2020 elections. And it was not, I don't believe I don't believe it was working either, you know, for the runoffs that we had coming out of 2020 elections.
Did they ever get it working in a later election while you were on the board?
To my knowledge, no.
Do you have
we had asked, I'm sorry, we had asked a couple of times and had gotten a response that no, but there was no pressure on them after the 2020 election and runoffs to do that.
Do you recall approximately how many absentee ballots were counted in Fulton County in the November 2020 presidential election?
Yeah, it was, I think a few more than 147,000, as I recall.
Earlier, you testified that to your understanding, the votes could not properly be counted or lawfully be counted unless the signatures were verified. Was that your understanding at the time?
Yeah, yes. And yeah, I don't think there was any, you know, to me, there wasn't ever any confusion about the fact that there was supposed to be, you know, an attempt, a level of verifying signature. And I think that only bear out because if you get, and you get a few, maybe a handful of envelopes you get in that don't have a signature at all. So unless somebody's looking at it, you wouldn't know that. Now, do I know? Never got the answer. I have no earthly idea how many absentee by mail ballots were sent back to voters because they were trying to cure it for lack of signature or otherwise. Number was never divulged to me anyway.
All right, sir. Were you interviewed about the absentee ballot signature verification issue?
Mhm.
Anyone from the Georgia Secretary of State's office?
No, not that I recall. I didn't have anybody from the SOS contact me about any of that.
Were you interviewed about the absentee ballot signature verification issue by anyone from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation?
No.
Were you interviewed about absentee ballot signature verification by anyone from the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the FBI?
No, sir. No.
Were you interviewed about that topic by anyone from the U.S. Attorney's Office in Atlanta?
No, not that I recalled, or somebody contacted me from there. It wasn't identified to me, or at least something that I could recall. But no, I think I would probably remember if it came from those levels.
Were you interviewed about the absentee ballot signature verification question or any of the other issues that you identified by anybody from the Department of Justice?
No.
That's all the questions I have for you, Mr. Wingate. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Mr. Fox, Mr. Burrell, I'm sorry.
Good morning, Mr. Wingate.
Good morning.
My name is Jason Morrill. I've just got a few questions for you.
Sure.
You testified on the rec that you voted not to certify the election because Fulton County did not conduct signature verification for absentee ballots. Is that right?
I did. That was one of the reasons.
Okay. But the vote not to certify was premised on your understanding that Fulton County did verify signatures electronically. Is that right?
Well, more so that what, in terms of the conversations and having the statement made to me that the department did not do signature verification, to me was a whole different issue. Not being able to do it electronically was certainly a function that, as it turned out, they could not get that particular component of the BlueCrest platform to work.
And the meeting at which you voted not to certify the election, I guess the first time, that was November 13, 2020, is that right?
Yeah, that's my recollection, yeah.
And is it true that before you voted not to certify the election that you put your explanation on the record?
I did recite a few of the things. I believe, as I recall, I was still concerned about the voter registration rules and, that not being necessarily clean. That, in terms of signature verification, we understood that there was not any, they couldn't get the BlueCrest component of that to work. But then again, as it was said before, and before that time, that they did not perform signature verification. I thought that was a little bigger issue than just the electronic format. But yeah, I mean, I alluded to a few things, not everything that was in my mind and caused me not to vote to certify that election.
The record from the November 13 meeting was recorded in minutes, is that right?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, please?
So the meetings of the board are recorded via minutes, written minutes, is that right?
It's supposed to be, yeah. Hopefully as accurate as they can make it.
And the board votes to approve those minutes, is that right?
Yes, they do.
Okay. Do you recall in your explanation voting no to certify the election that you stated that the absentee ballots were verified by manual process, signature verification by manual process, is that right?
Well, given that they did not, they were not able to get the electronic signature verification. Like I said, it was also then stated prior to that signature verification was not done. And I can't remember exactly, what I stated, in that certification meeting, but given everything that I had in my mind and reasons going into that, unless somebody, could, give me, evidence or the information at that point, then those were, the culmination of reasons that I voted not to certify it, not just by one.
Emily, could you pull up Disciplinary Counsel Exhibit 70? Mr. Chair, I'm handing a copy to
Okay.
Mr. Wingate. Do you see the document on your screen?
I can, yes.
At the top, it reads Board of Registration and Elections regular meeting, November 13, 2020. Is that right?
Yes, uh-huh.
And just above that, it says approved minutes. Is that right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Emily, if you could go to page 6. I think. I'm sorry, page 7. And if we could blow up this first large paragraph, Emily, starting with Mr. Wingate. So Mr. Wingate, this is where you express your rationale for voting no to certify the election. And if we look toward the very bottom, where it's the sentence beginning from Runbeck, it reads from Runbeck, and because of that, they gave up on the process. And of the 147,000 absentee paper ballots that were processed in, I just think that for the record, it needs to be known that all of those were derived by a manual process. They were not electronically verified signatures. Did I read that correctly?
Yeah. You got it.
Emily, you can take the table. And Mr. Wingate, the ballot for the 2020 election included other contests besides the presidential contest. Is that right?
Yes, there, of course, there were other races as well. Yes.
And that would include, I believe there are 2 constitutional amendments, state constitutional amendments. Is that right?
It could, sir, I can't remember back that far what was on those ballots.
There were local election races in Fulton County.
Yeah, I'm sure that there were, of course.
And there was an election to fill the seat of Senator Isaacson. Is that right?
Yes, I believe that was Johnny's seat at the time. Yeah.
So, but despite your vote not to certify the presidential election, you did vote to certify the results of the down ballot elections. Is that right?
Yeah. After as it was the presidential certification, it was very obvious that my continuing on with all of that was a moot point. They were going to vote at least 3-2 to certify it. So I just, I was done with what I had stated and the reasons for that. And again, that was the first out of the block for us, which was the presidential race. So with that, I just kind of, I have to admit, I just went off, said, well, look, my no vote's not going to help, not going to stop anything here. So just go ahead and go on.
Okay. And it's true that the vote to certify the down ballot elections were unanimous votes of 5-0. Is that right?
If I can't remember, I can't remember that all together, but if you say that's the way it voted, then that must have been the way it was. I can't remember.
My last question for you, Mr. Wingate, is I believe you said that you were a member of the board from 2017 to 2023. Is that right?
That's correct.
And the board it's made up of partisan appointments. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you were one of the Republican appointees.
That's correct.
I'm not any further questions.
Excuse me, 1 second. Mr. Hall, if I've been mispronouncing your name, I'm terribly sorry. I know it's awkward, but it's Hall.
I say rural, but people in my family say well. So
That's a little,
how you say it, but I say rural.
Okay,
And
I was with oral.
Yes.
Okay,
And
I'm terribly sorry.
I've said Harrell too, so.
Okay, I've never objected.
that's a relief to me to know that his own family, does the same thing I did.
Uh,
Okay, Mr. Wingate,
Uh-huh.
Watching process.
turning back to that exhibit, can y'all put the X70 back up, page 7? And if you can enlarge that, the bottom part of that first big paragraph from Runback. You were asked about this sentence from Runback, and I'd like to know whether you have anything to say to further explain what's recorded in the minutes there.
I don't have a lot to add to that. I guess, given this and that we approved these minutes, that is that exactly as I recall it? I'm so sorry. I can't recall exactly what I said and how I said it. And quite frankly, looking that back over, whether or not that was, that is a true and accurate accounting of what was stated. But I think with that though, what was my intent here was that I was so taken, at least on that one particular issue, that it wasn't my comment that it was a manual process evolved from the fact is that we didn't get the electronic signature verification component working on the BlueCrest platform, so that the only way in which that was could have been derived was through a manual process. Now, given that I didn't make the statement in particular, at least for this particular time and situation, about the signature verification process altogether, as I recall, what I was trying to get across here is that it was not done at all, and that deriving that back to the only way they could have done it, because we didn't have the the electronic capabilities working, was it would have had to be done manually. So, and my understanding was from then the people running the department that they didn't do any of that. So that weighs very, very heavily in my mind, as well as the other things too. Like I said, the voter rolls, and is even today, is still a very, very, very much of a concern to me.
All right, sir, if it were possible to do absentee ballot signature verification manually, 147,000 absentee ballots, would the county have spent over $1 million to automate the process?
Objection. Leading.
Yeah, I'm not sure there's a foundation for him to talk about it. There might be, but you need to
I'll
establish
rephrase the
it.
question. Mr. Wingate, what's possible to your understanding to manually verify the signatures on 147,000 absentee ballots within the time available to complete that task?
Objection.
I think you need to establish the basis for his understanding. I mean, if he has one, that's fine, but
Let's
does he
just do
know?
it. Can we ask him yes or no? Does he have an understanding of that? And then
You
ask
can ask him yes or no, do you have an understanding? And then ask him what's the basis of the understanding? And then if it lays a foundation, ask him what the understanding is.
Mr. Wingate,
Yes, sir.
do you have an understanding one way or the other whether it was possible to manually verify the signatures on 147,000 absentee ballots within the time available to complete that task? Yes or no?
No. I mean, I have an awareness of the process, obviously, but was there enough staff? Was there trained staff? Was there access to either the state driver services file or the in-house file that Fulton County maintains? I am sorry, folks. I cannot, in my position, answer that with any discern. I cannot.
You can't, I'm a little confused about what your answer is. Do you-
I think he did answer the question, but
Maybe if I'm not understanding, please help.
the question is whether you have the information to determine whether it was possible to manually do signature verification on 147,000 absentee ballots. That's what I understand the question to be. And it's, yes or no, do you have the information?
No.
Okay.
I do not have information that could help me to state that it was realistic that could be done. And that would primarily be surrounding those trained individuals in the Fulton County election department to do that. I can't, affirm, attest, or otherwise to that number. Don't know it.
You mentioned Division of Driver Services, and then an in-house database. What are those?
Oh, sorry. The primary file that the Fulton County and I believe every other county in Georgia goes to if they are trying to get and perform any kind of a verification of voter signature is first, they typically go to the Department of Driver Services file.
Here, I'm going to object as outside the scope of cross. I didn't ask anything about this issue.
Well, no, I mean, I think it is fairly part of your cross, so I'm going to overrule that objection. I think he answered the question, but was there additional, were you done with your answer, Mr. Wingate?
Well, I was going to add that in Fulton County's situation, if they had any problems at all, if at any time where they're trying to verify a voter signature, if they don't have access or don't find a file on a particular individual, Fulton County had maintained for several years, as I understood it, their own signature file. So if they couldn't get, what they were looking for on the DDS file, then they would try their own in-house file to see if they could find, the voter and a signature.
And if the process were to be done manually, that search would have to be performed one ballot at a time, first in the DDS database, and if not found there, in the county database.
Objection, Mr. Chair.
Well, again, do you have an understanding of how the search would be done?
Well, I think he's described that. I'm just confirming.
I think he's described it, so I'll let him answer.
You may answer, Mr. Wingate.
Okay. A lot of going on here. Repeat to me, what was I about or being asked to answer again, please?
So if a absentee ballot signature is being verified on a manual basis, one at a time, what does the process entail?
Well, what you have, in that processing environment are a series of people. And again, that's why I backed up, I could not answer the other because I don't know how many people the department had, but there were people that were engaged in or supposed to be engaged in looking at the outer oath envelope for signature. And if they see a signature, what they're supposed to do, and was part of their process was, go in and and again, this is all subjective, as you all might know, in verifying a signature like that. If you're doing that, then you're looking at initially if the DDS has a signature on file for that particular person. And if not, then they will then go into the in-house database to see if they can find that person on that file. And then, as I think I have stated, not to this group, but to many others, that, that to me was always very, very subjective because you're asking people, a lot of people who were temporary employees, as a lot of big election centers are, you're asking people potentially to be verifying something that is very subjective, looking at a signature. Some of these signatures, even on the DDS file are very, very, they were derived years ago. And, do people's signatures change as time goes on? Well, I personally think that they do. I know mine has. So I always found it regardless, but it was, quite frankly, Georgia law that, signatures were supposed to be verified. So that's what you expect, particularly as a board member, not as an election official or an election worker, but just as an oversight board member.
Were you told that manual verification had been done?
No.
Were
No.
you told that it had, well, tell us what you were told about signature verification.
Well, that was, and again, that was what concerned me was when I, heard with my ears the fact that there was no signature verification performed. And I thought, well, okay, I understand what I think that I'm hearing here, and I hope I'm hearing it correctly. But yeah, you've got to look, because I think you do. At least I would have, recommended. But if you find an oath envelope that doesn't have a signature, you've got to go find a way to cure that. And that curing is to get it back to the voter, and try to get their signature. And if you get their signature, come back, and then you should be then going through your verification process. But at some point, whether it be, somebody looking at it manually and then looking at a screen from the DDS or from the in-house file at Fulton County, somebody should have been doing the best they can, clearly to verify those. And when the comment came back to me that wasn't done, we've got a record year here because of our current situation in this country and in this world, that you just can't ignore it. So, but again, we put a lot of time on lack of signature verification, lack of electronic signature verification components. But that was just one of the several reasons that I had that I voted in, and I certainly had the right to do so, to vote to not certify presidential election.
All right, sir. That's all the questions I have.
Does the panel have any questions?
I do.
Ms. Matthews?
Mr. Wingate, thank you for your testimony. When did you first meet Jeffrey Clark?
I have never met this Jeffrey Clark.
Thank you.
Ms. Smith?
No question.
Mr. Wingate, have you ever spoken to Jeffrey Clark?
No, sir.
Okay.
No.
And did you ever speak even later to people at the Justice Department about the 2020 election?
The only thing that came up recently, and I believe it was a gentleman from your organization that had called and asked me a few questions over the telephone, but that was just like within the last couple of weeks. I can go back and look if you need that specific time and specific gentleman. They had sent me an email asking if they could speak with me.
Mr. Fox?
Mr. Chair, it was me.
Mr. Hall, who just asked you questions.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
just so you're clear, my organization, I am a volunteer hearing, member of a hearing committee of the Board of Professional Responsibility, which is a part of the DC Court of Appeals. Mr. Hall works for the Office of Disciplinary Counsel. They're the prosecutor, and I'm the one hearing the case. So we're not actually exactly the same organization. In that sense.
Thank you. All right.
if a majority of the board had voted not to certify, what happens next?
Well, of course, the certification vote after it's done and then signed accordingly by board members of each county, it goes to the Secretary of State's office.
Uh-huh.
And I honestly don't know, once the SOS gets that and there is not a 100% from each county vote of certification, I'm not sure exactly what then that the Secretary of State's office does. It never got that far, so we never faced that because it did get certified with a 3-2 vote, 2 times as a matter of fact.
Hmm.
But I think, and I don't want to add or anything, but it was very, very important. I think very enlightening. And I know I've said this to others way, way back when, but in Georgia that year, there was the original count from the election, the November 3rd election. Because of the request for recount, they did right after that, shortly after the election day, they did a hand recount. And once they did the hand recount, that number was different from the number from the certification number of election day. And as I recall, it was 700-800 votes difference in the counts. And we were not required to certify the hand recount. But following that, and because there was still questions, about the vote count, they did another machine count. So this was actually the 3rd count. And the second machine count also produced another number. So we had in total 3 counts for the election, and those 3 counts were all different. And I remember, and I don't mind saying this because it was very important. I thought I had commented to our other board members that, well, look, I understand your position. You didn't have the same position that I did. That's, makes up a board. But, ladies and gentlemen, these numbers were counted 3 times and came in with 3 different numbers. So in certifying something by having, the people in the election department attest that they're true and accurate numbers turned out not to be true. It was not true. And the counts did that. Now, did that give me, this great feeling of joy, of justification that I didn't vote? No, has nothing to do with that, because I didn't know, that was not my original reasoning. My original reasoning is I have stated to you all today, and certainly not one over the other as being the more important. And, I could go on and on and on about this. There were certainly problems in terms of the overall operation of elections in 2020, but I have to give a little bit of variance to that because there were a lot of new things with this COVID thing and all the remoteness. And, we were doing our board meetings via Zoom itself. I mean, it's just a different election year for a lot of reasons. A lot of reasons.
Okay.
And that's not an editorial. I just want to make sure it's clear that there's things to why, I did what I did, and I would do it again. I would do it again for the very same reasons based on what I knew.
Okay. I think that's all I have. Does that stimulate other questions either by the board or the council?
No.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Wingate. I really appreciate your time, and now excused.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, before I call my next witness, who's right outside, I'd like to tender Respondents Exhibit 561, which is the EAC statistics that I alluded to in opening.
This is actually among the pile, so let me look at it.
Yeah, I'm sorry, what was the number again?
561.
No, with no objection, sorry.
All right,
Respondents 561 will be admitted. I have to say my line, Mr. McDougal. I mean, you know.
I was jumping the gun. All right, I call Heidi Stirrup to the stand and I need to go fetch the witness, if I may.
All right. Got your way. No. Good morning, Mr.
Morning.
Thank you for coming.
course.
My name is Merrill Hirsch. I'm the chair of the hearing committee. Do you want to swear or affirm the truth of your testimony today?
I will swear.
Okay, could you raise your right hand, please?
Mhm.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you are going to give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, could you please state your full name for the record?
Heidi Hilton Stirrup.
Could you
Could
spell that?
Yeah, could you spell that?
Heidi is Heidi.
Mhm.
Hilton is HILTGEN. Stirrup is STIRRUP.
All right, thank you very much. You can sit down and Mr. McDougal, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Stirrup, you live in the Metro DC area?
Yes,
All right, so if you didn't have to come all the way from Atlanta.
correct.
All right. In November of 2020, how were you employed?
By the U.S. Department of Justice,
And what was your position?
White House liaison.
And what did that involve?
Was responsible for political appointments for the department.
And to whom did you report?
Excuse me a second, could you speak a little more into the mic or maybe adjust it so it's a little easier to hear?
Okay, is this better?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay,
Thank you.
I'm sorry. What was
So
the
who
question?
did you report to?
At the Department of Justice would be the political leadership, starting with the Attorney General, the Chief of Staff, and the other political appointees.
And did you report to anyone at the White House?
Yes, in the Office of Presidential Personnel, Spencer Cratian.
All right, ma'am. Prior to, did you have any other positions in government before that?
Yes, immediately before I was at the Department of Health and Human Services as a political appointee, starting on January 20th of 2017 as the Deputy White House Liaison at the Department of Health and Human Services. And I stayed there until October 26th of 2020. At the Department of Health and Human Services, I had a variety of capacities, all as a political appointee, Deputy Assistant Secretary for Policy at the Administration for Children and Families, Acting Director of the Office of Refugee Resettlement, and the Deputy White House Liaison.
All right. And so when you said you dealt with political appointees at the Department of Justice. Did you have anything to do with career employment situations?
None whatsoever.
All righty. After the election, did you have any concerns about the election?
I did.
And what were they?
How I was concerned about the results, because the night of the election, President Trump was ahead by, 800,000 votes. And then the next morning, the election was declared in favor of Joe Biden. So I wondered what happened.
All right. Did you have occasion to discuss election concerns with anyone from the Justice Department in your capacity as White House liaison?
I did.
Tell us about that.
So I talked to the Chief of Staff, Will Levy,
Chief of Staff to whom?
to the Attorney General,
Okay.
William Barr, because as a political appointee, I felt free to talk to another political appointee about a political question, being the election. And I wanted to register, or at least ask questions, and see if he shared my concerns and what was happening, what was going on.
And when was that, if you recall?
Would have been on Monday, November 9th.
All right. So tell us about your discussion with Mr. Levy.
It was about lunchtime, and I went in and asked him about, what was happening at the department to look into the alleged irregularities and fraud with respect to the election. And because I was concerned that there was fraud. And of course, in the beginning days, immediately in the aftermath of that Tuesday, reports were coming forward about irregularities and, voting machines should be seized and things should be looked into. And there were mysterious ballots appearing and counting was not accurate, et cetera, et cetera. So I wanted to know what the department was doing to look into these. And Will said that they had been looking into allegations of fraud, and everything that they had looked into turned out to be nothing. So I was surprised at that. And so he explained that he had spent the weekend writing a memo, giving further direction to the U.S. attorneys, to pursue any allegations of fraud and investigate where they could. And I just reiterated my concerns about irregularities and possible fraud, and wanted to know specifically what the department had done. He was very agitated and exasperated at my questions, and asked me if I wanted to talk to the Attorney General himself. And I said, sure. Again, I'm a political appointee, talking to the political appointees, wanting to hear from them, how do they answer the allegations that are swirling around in the public domain about all these irregularities. To me, the Department of Justice was the number one law enforcement agency in the government. And so that would be the place where we're looking into these kinds of things. And so Will arranged for a meeting with me, with the Attorney General himself. It was just the three of us, the Attorney General, Will Levy, and me. We met that afternoon on the 9th, about 4:00 or so.
So that was a separate meeting then?
Correct.
All right. Tell us about that meeting.
So I went in and very respectfully, expressed to the Attorney General my concern about the election, about how it was conducted, and how the results came in such a way that I just found it not believable. And so I asked, whether or not there was, an investigation going on, looking into some of these alleged irregularities that were being reported in the public domain at the time. And he explained to me that there really wasn't a federal role in elections, that they're handled at the state level, and there was really nothing the federal government could do. And so I I was surprised at that because I thought the department could look into potential fraud. And so, but I was told no, there's no federal role for that, and that it's up to the states to pursue.
Did he say anything else?
He said, even if there were, allegations of fraud, an investigation would take up to 2 years or longer and certainly wouldn't have the effect of overturning the election. I wasn't necessarily interested in overturning the election. I was simply interested in knowing that everything and anything that could be done to look into these allegations of fraud were looked into, were investigated, were handled.
And so coming away from that meeting, how did you feel?
Well, again, he, as did Will Levy, explained to me that they had prepared this memo that was going out to the field and was giving instruction to the, to the U.S. attorneys and others that would be looking into allegations of fraud. I thought that was something. I was relieved to know that, but I guess that was it. That was something.
All righty. I'm going to put up on your screen there an exhibit that has been marked as respondent's exhibit. You don't have it. I've turned the sharing off. I'll be right back. Okay. Is that showing up on your screen?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And this has been marked exhibit respondents 559, and I'm going to ask if you recognize this memo.
Yes, I do.
And is that the memo to which you were just referring?
Yes.
And when did you receive, or did you receive a copy of this memo?
Not initially, but I did email Will Levy and ask for a copy, and I received a copy that night, Monday, the 9th of November at about 7:15. 7:20 is when I asked for it.
And how did you react to the memo?
Well, it was, it looked helpful. And I was happy to know that, again, something was being done. I didn't know how fruitful it would be, but at least I felt like the Attorney General and the U.S. attorneys now were given instructions that they can pursue allegations and investigate potential fraud and irregularities.
And did you have any other communications with Mr. Levy or Mr. Barr about election issues?
No.
Did you have any communications after that with either Mr. Rich Donahue or Jeffrey Rosen?
No.
About the election?
No.
Did you have any communications with Mr. Clark?
With Mr.
Jeffrey Clark?
No.
All right. That's all the questions I have.
I just have one technical point. Was Exhibit 559 admitted under a different number during disciplinary counsel's case, or is this the?
I think it was not. I don't think it's on their list.
It's only respondents.
But I
Okay.
think it might have been admitted.
Has it been admitted?
I think it was 55. Was it?
559.
559.
It's the same exhibit 55.
Oh, it is.
Okay, I had thought I had seen the exhibit. Oh, you used it in cross-examination, is it what happened? Because 55 is after.
Yeah,
R55 or
55, yeah.
Well,
We have seen this.
Yeah, I
no,
mean,
not
we've seen the
55.
document. I know it may have been referred to in different contexts, but let me put it
No,
this
it's
way.
not.
Does someone want to offer a respondent's exhibit 559?
Henry.
No objection.
Okay, sorry. All right, so 559 is offered. It might be already an exhibit someplace else. I just wanted to make sure. Sorry to interrupt. Okay.
Well, I'm glad you did that, Mr. Sherman. Okay, your witness.
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Good morning.
Mr. I just want to be clear. When you were discussing your role as White House liaison to the Department of Justice, you said that you dealt with political appointees.
Yes,
Does that means that you were involved in the hiring and promotion of political appointees at the department?
right, in conjunction with the White House,
Okay.
Office of Presidential Personnel.
And so your role as White House liaison had nothing to do with department investigations into election fraud or any other issue, correct?
No, not specifically, no.
I believed on direct, you said that during your discussion with Mr. Levi, you asked him about what the department had been doing, and I think you said it turned out to be nothing. Isn't it true that Mr. Levi told you the department had looked at every allegation of election fraud and found no evidence?
Yes, he did. He said to me that the department had looked into allegations of fraud, and the ones that were brought to their attention turned out to be, there was nothing there. There was no fraud being committed.
And Mr. Levi told you that the department would do everything it legally could to look into allegations. Is that right?
Yes, yes.
I don't have any further questions.
Any redirect, Mr. McDougall?
No, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Any questions from the panel?
I have a question. Mr. When you, in the conversation or in the discussion that you had with Attorney General Barr and Mr. Levy, you said that Barr indicated that there isn't a federal role in regard to allegations of fraud or voter irregularity.
Yes,
And that it is up to the states. So he related that in the discussion.
correct.
And then on that same date, the memo went out to the US attorneys.
Correct.
How do you connect those two statements?
Well, I think his memo was guidance to the field in the states to look into allegations of fraud that are brought forward to the states.
The memo was directed to the US attorneys.
Yes. It says on the memo, it's
Right.
yeah. Mhm.
So the US attorneys were authorized
Correct,
to conduct investigations.
correct.
But I understood you to say that Barr had said there wasn't a federal role in doing that. But on that same date, they sent out a memo that, as I read it, would say there's a federal role. There's also a state role, but there's a federal role.
Yes, I mean, yes.
Is that how you understood it?
Well, I understood I was looking for a more aggressive, I think, approach. And he was basically saying there isn't, what we're doing is we're providing guidance. It's not up to us. That is the federal government. And I suggested to him that he could even issue a FAQ, a frequently asked questions for the public. I said, that maybe that would assuage concerns that, there isn't a federal role here. If there are allegations of fraud, I didn't write anything. I just suggested it. I asked it. I was wondering if there was anything that could be done by him publicly that could give assurance to the American people, voters, that everything is, on the up and up. And if there's anything that's not, we're going to look into it, or it's going to be looked into, or, any, allegations of fraud handled by the states. In other words, give some clarification as to what can and cannot be done with regard to the election.
Mm-hmm. You said that when you saw the November 9th memo, that it looked helpful and that you were happy that something was being done.
Yes, it was minimal, but it was something.
this may be just a fine point, but I understood from the first conversation, from that conversation that you'd had with Barr, which was on the same date, that he said there isn't a federal role. But aren't they describing a federal role in the November 9th memo?
The degree to which US attorneys in the field have allegations of fraud brought to them, they have the ability to investigate. And I think the memo was more or less stating that they should do that. They should investigate potential allegations of fraud that are brought to their attention.
Nothing. Thank you.
Okay.
Ms. Smith. I have no questions, Mr. Thank you very much for your time. Really appreciate it. You're excused. I'm sorry, unless there are further questions from the council.
No redirect.
Okay, sorry. Needed to give them a chance. But now you're excused.
Mr. Hirsch, Chairman Hirsch, my next witness, Sean Smith, is in the waiting room. And I was going to ask if the chair would like to take a break before we start with him. If not, we'll go ahead and get started.
How long is the testimony going to be?
It'll be longer than what it'll be. It's
Okay.
quite a lot of ground.
All right. In that case, let's take a break until 5 after 11.
Okay. All right.
Thank you. All right, 6 after. back on the live stream? Thank you very much.
And Mr. Chair, before we call the witness, we do have an objection to raise.
Okay,
The-
can you get closer to the
Oh, I'm
mic?
sorry, sure. The what was originally provided to us as an expert report for Mr. Smith was an affidavit filed in Arizona litigation in 2022. A large part of that affidavit is based on information that is post January 3, 2021. We just got the updated expert disclosure this morning. I haven't reviewed it in detail, but I understand from Mr. McDougall that it largely tracks the witness's original affidavit. What I see on a cursory review is that a lot of the updated opinion or updated disclosure is also based on information that was post January 3, 2021. And so we would argue that this witness's testimony should be excluded under your prior ruling that post January 3, 2021 evidence is excluded.
Mr. McDougall?
We have tailored the opinion to comply with the chair's order on the time frame. And to be fair to opposing counsel, he's had not had time to read the whole thing and see where that's done. But we have done that. And if in the testimony he goes into stuff after January 3rd, it'd be appropriate for him to object at that time. But we've
Are you
designed it
planning on offering the report itself?
I was going to file it, but maybe not offer it. I haven't filed it in yet, but I can.
Okay.
And
All
I'll
right,
follow
well,
your direction on that.
I'm willing to take it as it comes. And this is the witness we talked about this morning who's going to testify on
Correct.
direct, and then we're going to defer the cross-examination.
Yeah. He gets,
Okay,
yeah.
so maybe that'll give some time to sort this out also.
Right.
And then the cross will be what, Wednesday? Is that?
Wednesday.
Okay. All right.
Right. I believe he's in the waiting room. So I call Sean Smith.
Letting him in now.
Mr. Smith, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Merrill Hirsch. I'm the chair of the hearing committee. And I'm going to swear you in. Do you want to either swear or affirm to the truth of your testimony?
I'll swear.
Okay, could you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're going to give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Could you please state your full name for the record?
Sean Allen Smith.
Okay, and is it spelled correctly there, or SHAWN?
That's correct.
Okay, and how is Allen spelled?
ALAN.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Smith. Please proceed, Mr. McDougall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Smith, how are you currently employed?
I'm retired, but I serve as one of the officers of Cause of America, which is a nonpartisan nonprofit that supports grassroots entities and individuals within the 50 states in pursuing election integrity in their states.
All right, sir. And what is your educational background?
I have a bachelor's degree in political science, a master's in national security affairs, and a master's in aeronautical science, mostly management side, but
All right,
still
sir.
technical.
What institutions awarded those degrees?
My undergraduate degree was from California State Polytechnic University at Pomona, and my first master's degree was from Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University, and my second was from the Naval Postgraduate School at Monterey.
You said you were retired. What did you retire from?
I retired from active duty in the United States Air Force. I spent a little over 25 and a half years on active duty and retired as an 06 or colonel.
And describe for us, well, let me put it this way. Can you describe for the committee your background and qualifications in the field of cybersecurity?
Sure. In the first place, I was a space and missile operations officer, so not a cyber operator. But while I was at U.S. Space Command in the 1998 to 2001 timeframe, I worked within a vault environment called the Special Technical Operations, or STO Vault, working with special access programs, mostly related to space. But at that time, U.S. Space Command assumed responsibility within the Department of Defense for operational employment as a combatant command of cyber capabilities, both defensive and offensive. And because I had written the procedures for operational employment within the Department of Defense of offensive space control or space negation systems, I was tasked to create the first procedures for computer network defense at the operational level within the Department of Defense for cyber. At the time, we called it computer network defense. Now it would be called cyber defense. So that was the beginning of my exposure. I had already, prior to that time, I was doing coding from the time I was about 13 and had done some coding and modification of software on weapon systems for the Air Force. And following that point, I was assigned directly out of U.S. Space Command to the Air Force Operational Test and Evaluation Center, where I was helping plan, execute, analyze, and direct the operational test of U.S. weapon systems, Air Force weapon systems that were all complex computer-based weapon systems. In that capacity, we had to do analysis of both the software on the systems as well as the threats to those software so that we could, and to those systems so that we could adequately represent realistic threats in the course of operational testing. And then when I continued to work in the special technical operations environment, including with cyber defensive and offensive systems over the course of the next 10 to 15 years. My final assignment on active duty was to the Directorate of Operational Test and Evaluation under the Office of Secretary of Defense, where I was assigned as the Senior Military Evaluator for Space and Intelligence Surveillance and Reconnaissance Systems. And it was my job to execute the director's responsibilities for oversight of the operational testing of all space weapon systems in the Department of Defense, with the exception of satellite communications, which were those oversight responsibilities were executed by a retired Army officer that he and I sat side by side or back to back. So in that capacity, I was responsible for the oversight of operational testing, which included program management meetings, review of technical documentation, drafting and assistance with a small team of PhD scientists, adequate test and evaluation plans, and then drafting reports after observing all the testing processes, as well as assessment of the progress of those systems for at the most, I had 17 different programs in my portfolio, including the entire modernization of the Global Positioning System program, Space-Based Infrared program, Space Fence JSPOC mission systems, which was a command and control system, as well as a system to modernize and integrate space control catalog functions that were at that time being performed by the legacy systems that had come out of Cheyenne Mountain, as well as pretty much every single compartmented space program within the Department of Defense that had any operational testing. So one that I could acknowledge because it was open to the public, there was public knowledge of it, was the GSAP, or Geosynchronous Space Situational Awareness Program. As part of my duties in that assignment, I not only had to assess the technical progress and potential of the weapon systems development and their readiness for operational test, as well as the adequacy of their operational test plans and developmental test plans and the results, but also their progress in terms of schedule performance. And in order to do that, I had to delve into all the technical details of them, including the software, environment. I'd left off all the weather satellite programs within Department of Defense were also in my portfolio. So it's pretty broad. Part of that was understanding all the threats to the systems to ensure that those threats could be portrayed adequately in operational testing. And so in that capacity, I wrote the guidelines for threat representation in operational testing of space systems for the Department of Defense that were signed by the director and promulgated to the military services, the departments, and the Joint Chiefs of Staff. And we also had to make sure, and I helped quite a bit with development of threat testing capabilities for National Cyber Range, because we were transitioning from a relatively uncomplicated and I would say inadequate representation of cyber threats to space systems into one in which we understood that all of our space systems, including satellites, ground systems, and user segments, were going to have to be tested for cyber threats because all of them were employing and dependent upon computerization, as well as fairly complex software environments, including third-party and commercial software. So I helped the director of the National Cyber Range define and then procure the requirements for testing space systems in the National Cyber Range. And then, of course, I would review and report on the adequacy of developmental testing of space systems. So I did that for a little bit over 4 years. And when I retired, my boss at the time, who was kind of a 3-star equivalent civilian, Dr. Crossweight, one of the deputies within Director of Operational Test and Evaluation, asked me to stay on and help them with a project or a program called Adversarial Assessment, where there was a FBI-led task force that had a repository of data that had been exfiltrated from U.S. national security establishment, including contractors and government organizations. And through that, you could see not only who had exfiltrated the data, and it was a massive, massive amount of data, but in some cases, the types of systems and the program environments and offices that they had penetrated, compromised, and exfiltrated data from. So I helped with that program for about a year. The team developed 2 reports out of that effort, and I was one of the principal authors on both of those reports. So I'm intimately familiar with the types of cyber threats to U.S. national security establishments, organizations, and weapon systems, and how those cyber threats have been employed and their rate of success, as well as the actors behind them. And by actors, I mean the nation state level advanced persistent threat teams that were employing a variety of complex and exquisite techniques in a campaign over the period of years to penetrate and compromise US and Western technology and organizations.
All right, sir. Excuse me. Is there such a thing as a supply chain threat?
Yes.
What is that?
Well, when in the national security environment, when you think about a weapon system, once upon a time, we really just thought about threats to the system as it was being employed in the field, because there was very little opportunity to compromise anything involving the weapon system prior to that point, because most of our manufacturing was inside the United States. Even where we had designs from overseas, like where we had taken a British design to manufacture something, we were still doing the manufacturing and fabrication in the United States. And our fabrication facilities and organizations were not networked. There was no such thing as, personal computers or networks yet for that. And so there was little opportunity for adversaries to compromise the designs or the materials going into those systems. But everything changed with computerization and with the offshoring of manufacturing, particularly of integrated circuits and computer components and entire computer systems to overseas, primarily to the People's Republic of China. So a supply chain is all the goods and services that go into making a finished product that a consumer or customer is using. So if you think about, for example, an automobile, there are thousands of parts in that automobile, from tires to computer chips to windshields to plastics in the dash. And the raw materials are part of the supply chain. The manufacture or fabrication of those raw materials into individual components are part of the supply chain. Integration of those components into whole parts or into the whole system is supply chain. And then the maintenance or support, ongoing support. So if you think about like a modern vehicle with something like OnStar, OnStar is a networked connection to the computers that are embedded within your automobile. So in other words, your vehicle doesn't leave the supply chain. It's created from it and it is connected to it in perpetuity. And that connection and that access, particularly when aspects of the supply chain are managed or operated or accessible to foreign nation states, and in particular the People's Republic of China, which has been engaged in a more than a decade-long nation-state level campaign against Western national security, including both economic and financial and military. That access provides the ability for those nation state level actors, including both the advanced persistent threat teams and their associated institutions, research institutions, to embed vulnerabilities, flaws, and covert functions within the components and even the materials that comprise the systems and components that we use for national security purposes in the United States.
All right, sir. Have you applied your background, knowledge, skills, expertise to analysis of the cybersecurity situation surrounding computerized voting systems?
I have.
Have you, in the course of that, have you done any analysis of the Dominion voting systems election system?
I have.
Have you analyzed the state of election cybersecurity as it existed leading into and immediately after the presidential election of November 2020?
I have.
Have you reviewed or analyzed the systems, methods, and certifications that are relied upon to establish that election systems are secure?
Yes, I have.
Have you reviewed or analyzed statements made by U.S. government officials regarding the cybersecurity of the November 2020 election?
Excuse me just a moment. Give me just one moment.
Okay.
Okay, sorry about that.
Quite right. Everything
Could you ask that question again, please?
everything okay on your end?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, just a noise I had to abate.
All right. So the question was, have you looked at or analyzed statements made by various U.S. government officials regarding the security or safety of the November 2020 presidential election?
Yes, I have.
And are you familiar with claims made by the Georgia Secretary of State regarding the cybersecurity of the Georgia 2020 presidential election?
Yes, I am.
Have you ever testified in court as an expert on cybersecurity?
Yes, I have. One time I've testified. I was prepared to testify in Arizona in the Lake v. Hobbs case, or it might have been Lake v. Fontes. It was an injunction case, the one that for which a petition for writ of certiorari was just filed with the Supreme Court. But I didn't end up testifying in the Arizona case. They did retain my declaration in that case, but I testified in Haynes v. Merrill in Alabama.
All right, sir. Your Honor, at this point, I tender Mr. Smith as an expert on cybersecurity and election voting systems as used in the state of Georgia in the 2020 election.
Thank you, what here?
Sure.
Good morning, Mr. Smith. My name is Jason Porl. I work for the Office of Disciplinary Counsel. I just have a few questions for you regarding your background.
Yes, sir.
When you first started testifying, I think you said that you are an officer for a nonprofit organization. I believe you said the Cause of America. Is that right?
That's correct.
When was that organization founded?
Oh, well, we stood it up in November of 2021, but I think legal incorporation followed by a couple months later. We had started working before we, had the whole framework established.
And who founded that organization?
It was myself, Jeff Young, Holly Kaysen, Michelle Raplogel, and Mike Lindell.
And Mike Lindell is the CEO of MyPillow.
That's correct.
Regarding your educational background, you testified to two master's degrees, one in national security and one, I believe you said, aeronautical science. When were those two degrees? When did you earn those two degrees?
Well, aeronautical science that was the first, probably around 2000, 2001. And then my degree from Naval Postgraduate School I completed all requirements for it in December 2006. Okay. December 2005.
Okay. Are either of those master's degrees computer science degrees?
No, sir.
Did you take any courses for either of those master's degrees specifically related to election administration in the United States?
No, sir.
Did you take any courses specifically related to election security in the United States?
No, sir.
I think you said that you retired from active duty in 2017. Did I get that right?
That's correct. August 2017.
Mr. Smith, when have you worked in a role specifically involving election security issues?
Well, prior, you mean to my current position?
Sure. Yes.
With Cause of America? That's the first position in which I've worked, although I was volunteering with a informal assembly of citizens, a volunteer group in Colorado called the U.S. Election Integrity Plan.
Okay.
I had not done any. I knew nothing about election systems whatsoever. I couldn't have named a single vendor or any of the components, or told you what rules were involved or who had promulgated them or what testing was conducted prior to November 2020. That's when I first saw an article in a local Colorado news outlet. After I had voted, I saw an article about turnout, started researching turnout, downloaded data from the Secretary of State in Colorado, did some crude regression analysis on it in comparison to population trends, compared similar elections over time and the changes in voter registration and turnout rates related to population growth, and then started reading the technical data package manuals for voting systems, and then test plans and reports, and from there started reading all the voting system standards and the issuances and notices from the Election Assistance Commission.
So it's fair to say that you perform no work regarding election security or election administration prior to the election of November 2020?
Well, let me think about that for a second and what I can actually say. So earlier in my career, at various points, I was involved in the employment of special access program capabilities within special technical operations environment, which included some information warfare and information operations capability that were explicitly designed and employed to affect the outcomes of elections in foreign countries. That's about all I can say about that. But I had no involvement with US elections and knew nothing about US election infrastructure prior to November 2020.
So it's fair to say then that you've never worked for any US governmental agency that procures election and voting systems?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. And you've never worked for any governmental agency that oversees election and voting security?
Although, just to backtrack for a moment, to be fair, US government agencies don't procure election systems. I'm not sure if you're aware of that.
Well, so, okay, that's a fair point. What I meant to ask is any governmental agency within the United States, so either federal, state, or local level, that procures election.
That's correct. That's correct. I have not worked for any governmental agency within the United States that has procured election systems.
Okay, same concept. You've never worked for any governmental agency at any level of government that oversees election and voting security?
Not exactly true. The Department of Defense oversaw election security and the process of voting within foreign nations at multiple times, during which I was involved in planning for civilian transition.
Okay, but that position, it sounds like you're saying that position wasn't involved. What did not involve elections here at home in the United States?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
I would say it was it was very much like, so most of the oversight that I executed, I was not part of the organizations that were procuring. I was part of an organization responsible for oversight. Okay. So it was never that my research into the technical details, the requirements for, or the threats against any of those systems were conducted when I was part of a system responsible for procurement.
And it's fair to say that you never actually worked for any governmental agency at the federal, state, or local level to employ or use election and voting systems during an actual election?
Not to my knowledge.
Mr. Smith, what experience do you have working in an election security lab where machines are tested for technical and security issues?
Can you give me an example of the type of election security lab you're talking about?
Well, do you not understand the question?
No, I do. I'm just not sure which kind of labs you're talking about. So are you talking about a lab that would be, for example, performing electrical or environmental compliance testing on voting systems? Or are you talking about one of the voluntary voting system guidelines types of labs, the voting system testing labs like ProVNV and SLI Incorporated?
Have you worked,
what sort of labs are you talking about?
Have you worked in any scientific lab regarding any election machines used in the United States?
No. Okay. But when you say scientific, there's no science involved. These are, there's no scientific lab for voting systems that is testing systems for use in the United States. That's not a thing.
What experience do you have, aside from voting, what experience do you have directly working with election machines used in the United States?
Well, when I got curious about why I was seeing, for example, on Dominion voting systems. So how do I backtrack and talk about this? When you look at the metadata for images, there are certain tools that you use to analyze the metadata associated with digital image files. And there should be very clear metadata that pops up when you use those tools. There's also sort of typical sizes, like you might be familiar on your phone. If you have a camera on your phone and you take an image with a 3 megapixel image sensor or a 3 megapixel image size compared to a 10 or a 12 or a 15 megapixel image size, you're going to have very typical file sizes. You could take 100 photos in a row or 1,000 photos in a row. And if you use the same settings and the same image sensor, you're going to get relatively comparable image file sizes for those images stored on your phone. So when I looked at image files that had come off a Dominion voting system, the file sizes were not what I expected. And I was curious about it. And so I bought the identical hardware that they were using in the ImageCast Central scanner and the ImageCast Central scanner's computer, which was a Dell all-in-one computer. And then I went through their technical data package, through the manuals for configuration. And I didn't have their proprietary software, but I had the drivers that they used. And I configured my system and its software as identically as I could to the Dominion system so that I could do some testing of scanning ballots to see what the image files looked like, because I wanted to understand exactly why the image files were not as expected. So and then when we were in South Dakota for the cybersecurity symposium, Mark Cook and Draza Smith and I, between the three of us, actually set up an optical scan tabulator to scan ballots using basically our own software and a SQL database, and some software written by one of the volunteers back in Colorado here to do the actual optical scanning conversion into characters that the SQL database would ingest.
So
And we set up a tabulator, and
Okay,
then we operated the tabulator.
so it sounds like, or I guess, is it fair to say then that you've never actually worked with the machines that any locality actually used in an election?
No, that's not fair to say. What I just described for you is I use the actual hardware and the driver settings and configuration that are exactly what Dominion uses in their voting systems in thousands of jurisdictions across the country. So other than that,
But absent the proprietary software that those companies may use with their machines.
right, but the proprietary software is still employing the same drivers as I described, like the Kofax VRS drivers and the Canon drivers. I use the exact same drivers and the configuration settings from their manuals. I'd also say that in my duties in oversight of operational testing, I read hundreds, probably thousands of technical manuals and had the responsibility, to understand the details of those. So I delve very far into the technical material and I understand what I'm doing. I've also trained to research and have done that professionally. So I spent a year doing research with the RAND Corporation of Project Air Force, including a lot of research that then went forward to, for example, advise disaggregation of complex concentrated satellite systems, and as well as employment of forces and things like that. I'm
Mr.
an
Smith,
experienced researcher.
have you ever worked for any private company that manufactures election and voting machines used in the United States?
No.
What peer review research have you published regarding election security issues?
What peer-reviewed research? You're talking about a scientific approach, right? I'm not a scientist.
So
Also, I think peer review has been largely discredited over the last 4 years, but
So
yeah, I haven't published it. I mean, I have published. Well, let me back up. So I did. Well, it wasn't about voting systems. We were talking about voter roll corruption, but I was one of the authors in what was called the Colorado Report, which was an analysis of the canvassing of voter registration data in Colorado.
So it sounds like the answer is that you published no peer-reviewed research.
About voting systems, correct. Yeah.
What professional certifications do you hold regarding election security or election administration, if any?
None, although I would, I have reviewed information within those certification courses, and they're largely indoctrination that tells the officials that are taking those courses to trust the EAC certifications and the conduct of the voting system testing labs. What I am an expert in is testing. And so when I look at the test plans and test reports and the credentials of the individuals involved in the certification testing of voting systems, I will tell you right away, they would be intolerably inadequate for any other national security or critical infrastructure system.
Earlier, you testified that you had testified in, I believe you said Haynes v. Merrill, which was a case in Alabama. Is that right?
That's correct.
That was in the Circuit Court of Montgomery County.
That's correct.
And that was that case was filed in 2022. Is that right?
I don't know when it was filed.
Did you testify at a court hearing or in a deposition?
On the stand in front of the judge.
Okay. And what was that hearing about?
I believe it was an injunction case. I didn't ever actually read the whole case. I believe it was an injunction case against use of specific voting systems in the state of Alabama.
And did the court specifically qualify you as an expert to testify in that case?
I'm not sure how to answer that. The judge accepted my credentials as an expert witness and allowed me to testify.
In the expert report that you signed, I believe you signed this today. The expert report that you signed today averts that you've only testified at a deposition or trial, not that you've testified as an expert.
Okay, I'm not sure what difference you're getting at. Maybe you could explain what you mean.
Were you retained by, or who were you retained by, if anybody, to testify in that case?
No one retained me. I don't accept payment. This is part of my duty.
Have you ever testified in court as an expert, or, well, have you ever testified in court as an expert prior to the Haynes v. Merrill case?
No, as I stated, I was at the courthouse, sat through the hearing, was prepared to testify in the injunction case in Arizona, but they just ran out of time. The judge, Tucci, I think, did not allow very much time for the hearing. So,
Regarding the Haynes v. Merrill case, were you aware that the circuit court dismissed that case after the hearing?
No.
Were you aware that the Alabama Supreme Court affirmed that dismissal?
No. Should I have been aware of that? Would that affect my testimony, or I'm not sure that would affect my opinion about things or the facts involved. Do you need me to refer to it, or do you have questions to follow up, or?
Mr. Chair, I don't have any further questions, but we would object to Mr. Smith being qualified as an expert in cybersecurity issues relating to the election, specifically in Georgia. There's just simply no experience to apply his cybersecurity knowledge to election issues, administration, security, or otherwise. So we would object to his qualification on the ground.
Mr. McDougall, do you want to address the objection?
Yes, Your Honor, under Rule 702, a witness may be qualified as an expert by, quote, knowledge, skill, experience, training, or education. And the witness's testimony concerning his qualifications for evaluating the cybersecurity and supply chain threat environment for the crown jewels of the national defense establishment, satellite, sensor, communication, and location systems, missile systems, and so on. And the requirement that he be adept and familiar with the technical specifications and testing regimes and be able to characterize the threats that must be defended against and test for defense against those threats qualifies him to evaluate the testing regime and security situation for other types of systems. And his testimony was that he did the work he did in the military on a wide variety of systems. The expertise is not stovepiped. His type of expertise is not stovepiped to one type of machine or system, and can be readily applied to other types of systems, such as election systems. He also testified that he has studied the testing program and certification for security for election systems and has formed opinions on those topics. So the witness is eminently qualified to testify about these subjects, and the fact that he doesn't have a degree in election cybersecurity or hasn't worked for an election system vendor doesn't diminish his qualifications to evaluate whether these systems are robust from a cybersecurity standpoint. That's what he did for the government for 20 plus years.
Mr. McDougall, could you articulate again exactly the purpose for which you would like him to be qualified as an expert?
Yes. So I would like to ask the witness to give a series of opinions about the nature of the threat environment, whether the systems or methods that have been used in the U.S. and in Georgia in 2020 to defend against those threats are adequate against the nature and scale of the threat, And the testimony would be that they are pathetically inadequate. He alluded to that already. He would comment on statements that were made by U.S. government officials that were testified to by Mr. Rosen. I know Mr. Donahue, maybe Mr. Rosen as well, that it was the most secure election ever. He would dispute that vigorously and convincingly. And that the standards and testing regime for election equipment put out by the EAC and administered by testing labs used by the state of Georgia to certify their systems as safe and secure are grossly inadequate. That they create a false sense of security in the public when they are repeated by public officials, as was done following the 2020 election, without adequate technical or factual foundation, and contrary to many other warnings. And he will testify, or I would like to get him to testify, that based on everything that was known in November and December of 2020, including a series of recommendations and analyses made by the top election cybersecurity experts in the country, made to the state of Georgia not to use the Dominion system, that they did it anyway. And then he will testify to his familiarity with the order by Judge Amy Totenberg in the Northern District of Georgia in October of 2020 that the Georgia election system did not comply with the Georgia code requirements that it be secure and that it be voter verifiable. And finally, he will say that the circumstances warranted further investigation. And there's one other point that I would like for him to cover, which is the topic of how some of these penetrations are accomplished. And there was mockery by Mr. Donahue of Mr. Clark for mentioning in one of their discussions that a penetration had occurred through a thermostat that was held up as ridiculous, a paranoid conspiracy theory. Mr. Smith will have testimony on that topic as well, and how the Internet of Things is a vector for hacking, particularly when you're dealing with the sophistication and level of effort exerted by nation-state adversaries, especially the People's Republic of China, whose efforts in this domain are truly gargantuan compared to the defenses that our country musters and compared to the defenses that are mounted for election systems in particular.
Okay, hey, Mr. McDougall, that's a somewhat longer answer than I anticipated. I was, normally I offer an expert as an expert in X, okay? And I was just trying to clarify what X was, and
Okay,
he gave
so
me the whole proffer of his testimony.
I
I
apologize.
didn't want to interrupt, but
It was a good speech.
It was a really good speech. There are tears, but but can you give me the what are you proffering him as an expert in, so I can rule on your motion to have him consider that?
Cybersecurity, broadly speaking, to include supply chain threat assessment and mitigation in the context of the election systems used in Georgia in November 2020.
Right.
And in further, as to the adequacy of the certification programs and subsequent claims that this election was secure and free of any threat. All of which was relied upon by disciplinary counsel in the case in chief and testified to by Mr. Donahue, who certainly is not an expert in those topics.
Okay, I mean, the last part is not part of his qualifications. It's an argument that you want to make and whatever. All right.
I can't help it sometimes.
I'm going to allow him to testify as an expert on that subject. I think that the points that Mr. Horrell raised may potentially go to the credibility of the testimony. So I'll take them into account. Okay.
I'm perfectly fine with them taking their best shot on cross. Thank you. All right, Mr. Smith,
Yes, sir.
did I ask you to form certain opinions or ask you if you have certain opinions relating to the election system used in Georgia in 2020?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell us what they are?
Well, I would say Georgia is not unique. Our electronic and computerized voting systems are effectively undefended and defenseless. Over the course of, in particular, the last 10 to 15 years of my time on active duty, I came to a fairly detailed and deep understanding of the cyber threats arrayed against U.S. national security systems. In particular, in the last year where I spent as a contractor supporting Office of Secretary of Defense Directorate of Operational Test Evaluation for the adversarial assessment, I saw exactly what had been taken and how the organizations from which the data had been taken and penetrated were compromised. So I came to really understand that complex, exquisite, and broad approach that the adversary campaign was taking to cyber. So I really understand that threat well. And having understood that threat well, having seen what it did to organizations and systems, weapon systems and national security systems that were not only procured and designed to be defended against those specific threats, but were actively defended. Everyone I knew and everyone I worked with came to the same conclusion. If you weren't actively defending your systems, you had no chance to defend them whatsoever. You had to assume that they were penetrated and compromised. And in fact, Department of Defense cybersecurity strategy has shifted from a focus on preventing penetration to an assumption that penetration will occur because it occurs so often, so frequently, so consistently, without exception. Not just physical access to facilities, but the access, both remote and local, to components. When I took that background and what I understood about that advanced persistent threat posed by foreign adversaries and used that as a lens to look at our voting systems, including Georgia's voting systems, in particular because in Georgia, you had examples like Professor Wenke Lee, who was advising the SAFE Commission that was charged with making a recommendation on procurement of replacement voting systems for the previous ones which had been disallowed.
Mr. Smith, I would like to interrupt you and ask you to tell the committee what the SAFE Commission was.
A SAFE Commission was a panel of, I guess, experts like Wenke Lee, a PhD professor, and stakeholders. So people who are not really particularly expert, but may have an interest, for example, representatives of communities of people with disabilities that want to make sure that any voting system that is selected or procured enables access for people with disabilities. So SAFE Commission was formed, I believe, by Secretary of State of Georgia to make a recommendation on procurement of replacement voting systems for Georgia to both the governor and the Secretary of State. So Professor Lee was the cyber advisor, the only real cyber expert advising that commission.
Okay, I interrupted you. Please pick back up where you were.
Yes, sir. So what I was saying was I came to understand the threat, I would say very well, the cyber threat to U.S. national security systems, including critical infrastructure. And that's a thing which, I wasn't trying to be disrespectful when I laughed at the other counsel's questions, but asking about the specific experience with election systems from a threat perspective, from an adversary perspective, there's nothing unique about the election systems. They're just computers. This is why when we started embedding computers in everything from missiles to artillery shells to helicopters to ships, when you stick a computer in it, it's like former Air Force Chief of Staff David Goldfein said, about the Joint Strike Fighter. It's not so much a plane anymore as it's a computer that flies. Once you make a system dependent on the computers and accessible, it's a computer that does things with those computers. It's not really unique to its domain. And there is nothing unique about the computers being used in voting systems, including in Georgia. So the Dominion voting system, the Democracy Suite 5.5, I've read substantial portions of the technical data and the test plans and reports and user guides and instruction manuals for pretty much every one of the Democracy Suite systems within the 5 series, as well as 4 series, because those are used in so many different jurisdictions. I read every test report and test plan that EAC posts publicly, as well as some of the state-specific reports, like reports from California, which uses a non-EAC certified version 5.10. I'm very familiar with the components. I've looked up the computer components, the actual components of the Dell computers used in the Dominion systems within the Dell support site. So I've looked at how the specific computers are configured, which hard drives they have, where those are from, who manufactured them, memory devices, trusted platform modules, the processors. I've looked at the personnel involved in developing and designing the processors and other components at companies like Intel at their Chandler, Arizona facility. I'm very familiar with those systems. And because of that, and because of my familiarity with the threats, the cyber threats posed by advanced persistent threat teams, when I look at the voting systems being used in Georgia, and not unique to Georgia and not even unique to Dominion, I see from my perspective and with my background, nothing but vulnerabilities. I mean, gross, intolerable, sort of mission compromising vulnerabilities. These systems, we had as an example to understand why I'm saying this. When I was responsible for oversight of global positioning system, it was the GPS modernization. So new satellites with a new broadcast code on them, a new signal structure, new ground control segments, and new user equipment. The user equipment required a specific integrated circuit that would be limited to just the functions. It's called an application-specific integrated circuit. And it required those to be developed, tested, and then once procured, embedded in literally millions of devices and platforms. Everything from handheld to helmet worn to munitions to planes, trains, and automobiles. Basically every platform in the U.S. inventory, satellites even, we're going to be using these receiver modules. And the design, the fabrication design. So in a fabrication facility for the integrated circuits, it's essentially like a blueprint in layers. The feature design size in those integrated circuits is extremely small, thousands of times smaller than the size of a human hair. It's not visible to the naked eye. So you have these digital blueprints, if you will, CAD CAM for each layer. And then those have to be fabricated and assembled in a chip fabrication facility, a fab, a foundry. And the prototype designs that were to be tested were stored briefly in a facility on an unsecured computer in an unsecured room. And because of that, because the threat from the exact same adversary advanced persistent threat teams that are threatening and would be attacking and trying to compromise election systems, because that threat is so severe, because those designs were unsecured for I want to say it was 2 weeks, the room was unsecured, in a couple days that the computer was unsecured. The program office had to go back through every single aspect of that design. It was a year of delay. And the reason for that is because we had already seen within the Department of Defense that if adversaries had unrestricted or unfettered access, even momentarily, to digital designs, to the materials going into a critical component, to the components themselves, they could compromise those components and designs in a way that would be undetectable. A supply chain compromise is particularly damaging because it is very difficult to detect after the fact. Like an integrated circuit,
Mr. Chair.
like a type that there might be hundreds in a election system computer, you can only see what's in that circuit by destructive forensic examination. You'll never be able to examine it or even find that in testing. And so having not secured the supply chain for those systems, from my perspective, with my background and experience of what I've seen of the threat arrayed against our critical infrastructure and national security systems, there's no way to secure those computers and the voting systems that depend on them.
All right, Mr. Smith.
I think Mr. Borrell had an
Mr.
objection. and he wanted to
I mean,
talk.
I think I understood the relevance of all of that at the very end. I think it'd be helpful though if we can proceed in a normal direct where we have question, answer, rather than allow the witness to go on a narrative answer.
Yeah, Mr. McDougall, if you could, I'm not sure your questions are calling for narratives, but I think you are getting narratives that might be better direct.
Okay, so I'll tell you a story about this very thing. A federal district judge in Atlanta. I had an expert on the stand and I was taking him to the points I wanted him to talk about, framing them as direct questions. And the judge interrupted me 3 times and said, if you don't stop leading this witness, I'm going to disregard everything he says. And then I said, tell me what you think. And he went on for 15 minutes and the judge had a big grin on his face. He loved it. So I will try to chop it up a little bit more.
No, I understand. I understand there's a skill and charybdis, whatever it is, type problem in it. I'm just trying to. I
will. So Sean, we're going to try to shorten the answers up a little bit, and I'll move us from one topic to the next. So just recapping what you said, is there, to your observation in the election machine space, is there adequate awareness of the scale and nature of the threat?
No, absolutely not. The voting system standards themselves no voting system in the United States is certified by the Election Assistance Commission to any standard newer than the 2005 standards. And neither the 2002 nor 2005 nor 2015 voluntary voting system guidelines. The voting system standards in 2002 and then the 2005 and 15 voluntary voting system guidelines don't even mention supply chain security. They don't require any aspect of it to be examined or verified. And all of the voluntary voting system guideline standards are what we would call in the testing community compliance-based standards. So in other words, you read off, does the system use passwords? Yes, check. It's not an adversarial assessment. The standard for national security systems, because of the severity and pervasiveness of the threat, is to subject those systems to adversarial testing. What that means is you have typical operators employ them in a realistic and operational environment and manner. And then you have red teams that emulate adversary threat capabilities, try to penetrate, attack, compromise, and permute those systems. Even that, it's very difficult to replicate an advanced persistent threat because they're working with design and research bureaus over the course of years. And because the components for the computers in our voting systems are being manufactured overseas with full access to those same institutions. For example, the Chinese PRC's Ministry of State Security has personnel that they embed within fabrication facilities like Foxconn's or like Wistron's manufacturing facilities in mainland China. So they have access to embed, if they wish to, and they have, to embed compromises within the computers they're manufacturing that they will be shipping to Western and US customers.
All right, sir. Are you aware of any organized or structured efforts to attack election systems run by hacker conferences or otherwise?
Yes.
Or experimentally? And what has been the outcome of those?
So at the DEF CON conferences, I think there have been 4 DEF CONs, which is a convention, a hackers convention that's held annually. I think they've had voting villages at 4 DEF CONs where they've taken voting systems, they've taken them and allowed the hackers, the participants there, the opportunity to try to get unauthorized access, to establish access to, and be able to control or modify software or hardware settings on those voting systems. And they've never had any difficulty doing that. Some vendors have refused to allow their more current systems to be attacked in that way. Others, they have had no choice. They weren't willingly participating, but people procured components and brought them or set them up. Like Harry Hursty has done that, set them up at DEF CON. And then there's also CISA themselves, the Cybersecurity Infrastructure Security Agency, has published notices and warnings about foreign nation state advanced persistent threats that were attempting to or had gained access to election infrastructure.
Before the 2020 election?
Yes, before the 2020 election. There were at least 5 warnings and notices from CISA in 2020 related to adversaries either specifically probing and trying to attack election infrastructure, or to sort of broad adversary attempts to attack critical infrastructure, which of course, since 2017 included election infrastructure.
And how did election infrastructure become critical infrastructure, and what does it mean to say that they are critical infrastructure?
Well, it was Secretary of Homeland Security Jay Johnson in January of 2017, just prior to the presidential transition and inauguration, who declared election infrastructure of the United States to be critical infrastructure and placed it under the facilities subsector, which placed it under CISA's sort of primary responsibility for, depending on where the infrastructure category is, there might be a different government agency that's responsible for oversight of requirements and security efforts for critical infrastructure. To place something under that designation is to subject it to certain restrictions, for example, that would allow industry sector members to share information about vulnerabilities and compromises confidentially with information sharing and analysis centers that are run as public-private partnerships between CISA and the Center for Information Security. The theory behind that is that you allow the sharing of vulnerability information that would help other sector members protect themselves, but would not expose the sector members that reveal that information confidentially to liability that might affect, for example, their public stock prices. So the idea is to encourage information sharing so that it will help reduce the vulnerability of the sector as a whole.
All right, I'm going to interrupt, and I'm going to show you a document that's going to come up on your screen. And it has been marked as Respondents Exhibit 23. And I'm asked if you recognize that document.
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is it?
It's a notice from CISA regarding Iranian Advanced Persistent Threat, or APTs, that penetrated election infrastructure in the states and obtained confidential personal information of voters that was stored in those databases.
All right, I want to direct your attention to something, but it's okay, there we go. All right, I've taken us down to page, well, I'm not sure what page it is. Page 1, under technical details, there's a reference that I've highlighted to attempted exploitation, goes on SQL injection. What does SQL injection mean?
SQL injection is a tactic used to compromise systems and running SQL databases. or SQL database management software. So you can, depending on so within structured query language, which is just, it's sort of it's a semantic approach to how you query and organize data within relational databases. And SQL injection capitalizes on the ability to execute code on the victim or target system from within the SQL database or the SQL database management software. So it's a vulnerability within any system that's hosting a SQL database or SQL management software.
A successful SQL injection could do what to voter registration databases?
Well, you could permute or compromise the data itself. So in other words, and it depends very much on the configuration of the system and the capability, skill set, and whether they have of the personnel involved, and whether they have, any sort of comprehensive monitoring software for change detection or review and auditing of log files, and whether the logs are even set up to be able to track changes made to the database. But you could do anything from changing data within the database to changing data relationships, so that, for example, instead of drawing from one particular file or results file or from a different table within the database, you could change that so that the source of the data in the database changed without the knowledge of the administrators or operators of the database or the system. So in other words, the users would not even be aware that their data source had changed. Like, I don't know, like if on your smartphone you had a weather application and somebody changed the source of the weather application to something other than NOAA or National Weather Service, and all of a sudden it started feeding you bad information, and then you were making bad decisions based on that bad information. And the interface would look the same, so you would never know that that was being done. You could also use SQL injection to compromise the host system itself and do anything from installing malicious or unauthorized code to opening up telecommunications interfaces, or you could progress to installing unauthorized credentials. In other words, you could set up whole users that weren't visible or available or obvious to the normal users of the system.
So a successful SQL injection in a voter registration database, would that be able to create fictitious voter registrations?
Yes. In that kind of event, unless you have comprehensive, adequate logging and review and auditing of that logging, the appropriate approach would be to assume that the entire database was corrupted and to validate every single record in it before using it for any purpose, because you should have no confidence in the database without taking those steps.
All right. Now, was it the position of CISA or CISA that the SQL penetration that notice related to was successful or unsuccessful?
I'm sorry, could you rephrase that?
Did CISA claim the attempted SQL injection was successful or unsuccessful?
Successful.
All right. Mr. Chairman Hirsch, can you give me an idea of when you'd like to break for lunch?
I was thinking around 12:15. How long do you expect the direct to go?
Well, it's 12:14.
I'm sorry, 12:30. How long were you?
We would go past that with this witness on direct.
Okay. Well, why don't we go to 12:30 and
Okay.
then recess and then pick it up after?
Very good.
We were thinking that might assist with your other witnesses' timing
Right.
by pushing back the lunch a little bit.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay. Mr. Smith,
Yes, sir.
do you have an opinion on whether election infrastructure would be an attractive target for our sophisticated foreign adversaries?
I do.
What's that opinion?
it would be the most important and critical target of all. And the reason is because you could directly affect US national security policy by affecting policymakers themselves. So if you had the opportunity, instead of trying to attack thousands of weapon systems or hundreds of weapon system designs, or having to meet, a US defense Leviathan on the field of battle, if you had the opportunity to exert your will on a foreign nation state by affecting who was in office or what those office holders were subject to because of, for example, the state of Congress, you would do that. And I had this discussion with a friend of mine, fellow retired colonel who was a computer scientist and mathematician, Dennis Hall. He and I came to the same position or perspective independently, was that there would be no more significant or attractive target for a foreign nation state than our election systems.
And I believe you alluded somewhat cryptically to your work in the military on projects of a similar nature directed to foreign countries. Did I hear that right?
Yes, sir. Although, yes, the United States has made multiple attempts to affect foreign elections, and I was part of some of those efforts.
All right, sir. Should the public rely on statements by public officials that their systems are certified as safe under the voluntary voting system guidelines of any edition?
I'm going to object to that question, Mr. Chair.
Pardon? Or what's the objection?
I don't know what foundation he has for what the general public should or should not do.
Yeah,
All right, I'll rephrase the question.
it's inartful.
It was inartful, and I apologize to the whole world for that. I'll try to rephrase and ask a better question. Mr. Smith, do you put any stock in the security certifications that are attached to the Dominion voting systems machines and software in Georgia in 2020?
No, sir. So in addition to statements like the director of testing, the laboratory director for ProB&B, which is one of the two certified voting system testing labs, or I'm sorry, two accredited voting system testing labs, he made the statement, before Judge Totenberg in the Curling case that he had no particular cybersecurity expertise or background. That is not someone who has any chance of adequately testing or anticipating threats to critical infrastructure, including voting systems, given this threat environment. And from what I've seen, there is no credibility whatsoever to any statement about the secure nature or the value of those certifications or the certification testing. They're wholly inadequate to the threat arrayed against U.S. critical infrastructure, including election and voting systems.
All right, sir. Are you familiar with statements made by U.S. government officials that the 2020 election was the safest ever?
I am.
All right, give me just a second. I want to show that to you. All right. Do you have Disciplinary Counsel Exhibit 36 on your screen, sir?
I do. I can see the front page and I'm familiar with that statement.
All right, and tell the committee what this statement is.
So I believe I can't see that. It's on my phone. I'll have to zoom in. I believe that was on the 12th of November. It was a joint statement from the EI-ISAC members, the Election Infrastructure Sharing Analysis Center, that the Government Coordinating Council or representatives to that council from government institutions like Bob Kolaski, who was Chris Krebs' deputy, and or members, there were members of the EAC commissioners on there, as well in that government coordinating council. And then the sector coordinating council are representatives of organizations from within the sector. So, for example, you had, I think, Chris Walensky, who was former Navy cyber policy official, who then became ES&S's director of, I think, security strategy. You had Erica Haas from the Electronic Registration Information Center. And you had individuals like, I think it was Lori Aquino from Washington State. I'll have to zoom in if you want me to give any more detail. But basically, these are members of the Government Sector Coordinating Council who made a statement following the 2020 election that echoed the statements of Chris Krebs publicly and Chad Wolf publicly, that the 2020 election was the most secure in U.S. history.
Do you agree with that?
No.
Why not?
Well, in the first place, when Chad Wolf made that statement on the 3rd of November, when Chris Krebs made his statement, I believe his was first made the next day, when the GCC and SEC members made their joint statement, they would have had no data that could have possibly validated that assertion. So in order for an election to be secure, the voting systems themselves would have had to be secure. The voting systems aren't supposed to be in any case connected to any external network of any kind, much less to the internet. And election officials are not gathering data from those systems and providing it anywhere. So at the very least, you would have to admit that it was an evidence and basis-free statement. In other words, they have no evidence about the security of those systems. That's the first place. In the second place, once you understand the standards for the voting systems, in other words, so again, no voting system in the United States has been certified by the Election Assistance Commission to a standard newer than 2005, before the first iPhone ever existed, when threats were much less pervasive, when they had not propagated significantly. You know, the critical threats to the publicly acknowledged critical threats to software and hardware are now more than 10 times what the total threats known were to our electronic and computerized systems in 2005. It's not even comparable. It's an order of magnitude greater. And so without data, without persistent monitoring, like I said, I'm well aware of what it takes to defend a system, even one that has been properly defended and architected as secure from the beginning. It takes active defense. None of that is happening for our voting system. So they have inadequate standards, inadequate testing. They're not defended in operation. They're not secured in operation. They're procured with no supply chain security. I don't have to go look at them to know that they are likely compromised, because the threat environment is so severe that you have to assume, and the Department of Defense does assume, that any system that is left unattended, any component left unattended, any component or system with parts and materials that are procured through an unsecured supply chain will be compromised. You know, the foreign nation states have hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people committed to this campaign against US and Western technology and national security. These are organizations scanning every IP address in the world every day, looking for vulnerabilities.
All right, sir. Was there any awareness of this general category of problems for election systems before the 2020 election?
Awareness by whom, sir?
Well, by the cybersecurity or election cybersecurity community.
Well, yes, sir. So NIST, the National Institute of Standards and Technology, is by statute in Title 52, they are the statutory advisor, the technical advisor to the Technical Guidelines Development Committee, which recommends, the TGDC recommends requirements and standards for voluntary voting system guidelines to the Election Assistance Commission. So that Technical Guidelines Development Committee is always chaired by NIST, by a representative from NIST. And NIST had multiple publications where they published reports identifying supply chain vulnerabilities, cyber vulnerabilities in the supply chain as being critical to and risks to critical infrastructure. So it's inconceivable that NIST, the advisor to the EAC, was not aware of it, and they published those reports to other government institutions. And then when you looked at for example, 2000, let me think about this, 2020, I think it was March or April of 2020, when the TGDC recommended draft requirements for what then became the 2021 version 2 of the voluntary voting system guidelines. They explicitly incorporated for the first time a description of a requirement for supply chain security measures within voting system procurement and development.
All right, sir. Are you aware of any consideration given by the state of Texas to the Dominion election equipment and systems?
Yes, in 2019, the voting system. So some states, once upon a time before EAC was established, when there were interim test authorities under the old FEC standards,
Mr.
most states. Yes, sir.
Hold on a second. There's an objection. I need to rule on it. So
I'm going to object as to relevance. If we're talking about Texas, I don't know what that has to do with Georgia.
well, okay. What I understand the thrust of his testimony is it's a line of questioning designed to say whether something was known or available at the time. Okay. The fact that something might be known or available in Texas doesn't mean it's not known or available. And that's what I understand what it's offered for. So I'll overrule the objection. But you might want to, give him the question again and start from the top because I was interrupted.
Yeah. So we had some crosstalk there, Mr. Smith. And so
Yes, sir.
You were in the middle of answering it and I asked you to start it over. Were you aware that the state of Texas took a look at whether they wanted to use the Dominion system?
Yes, sir. What I was trying to explain is that once upon a time, almost all states had their own independent voting system examiners, but it became sort of unsustainable for them once the voting systems became more computerized. And after the EAC stood up their program of accrediting voting system testing labs and providing for certification of voting systems. Texas, Pennsylvania, and California are among states that still retain independent voting system examiners, either under contract or as parts of panels or commissions supervised by or administered by secretaries of state. Texas voting system examiners examined Dominion voting systems in 2019, and I don't remember their exact language, but I remember the gist. They identified vulnerabilities to compromise and manipulation of the Dominion Democracy Suite voting system and recommended against certification and adoption of those voting systems in Texas for that reason.
All right, sir. I'm going to show you on the screen a document marked Respondents Exhibit 208, R208. And do you recognize that? Are you able to see the documents where you are?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay.
I apologize for sticking my hand in the camera, but that's how I have to get to the phone. So.
Okay. So are you, do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir. And
tell us what it is.
So there were multiple members of the examination panel that examined the voting system independently for the Secretary of State of Texas. They're actually, so this is sort of a summary recommendation against adoption of the Democracy Suite voting system based on those examiners' reports. There are other report memoranda that are from the technical examiners. So the technical examiners explained the specific technical reasons, and the staff attorney made the summary recommending against certification of the voting systems within Texas for the reasons that were identified in the technical examiners' reports.
All right. And in the end, did Texas adopt the Dominion system
They did not, on the basis of that recommendation from the examiners, because the technical examiners stated their opinion after examining the systems that the systems were vulnerable to manipulation and corruption.
All right, sir. Now I would like to show you. Do you see Exhibit R219 on your screen?
I do.
All right, and can you read the names on the page there up at the top of this document?
Yes, sir.
And do you recognize any of those names, starting with the first one?
I recognize Philip Stark's name.
And tell the committee who Philip Stark is.
Dr. Stark is a professor at UC Berkeley of statistics. He's done a lot of work into statistical analysis, supporting data analysis for everything from astrophysics to election systems. He's considered the father or inventor. It's really applier, but I don't mean to slight him. He's a very bright man and principled. He's considered the father of risk limiting audits. So he took an industrial sampling technique that was developed for the quality control as part of a quality control plan or program for munitions manufacturing in the United States during World War II, because they were manufacturing so many munitions at once they could not afford to test the way they had been sample testing before. And so they developed a statistical approach to sample testing that used smaller amounts of test articles more efficiently to draw inferences with a certain level of statistical confidence about the quality of the munitions and their likelihood to fail in operation. Professor Stark took that approach and adopted it to statistical sampling of tallies from electronic voting systems in order to determine with a certain level of statistical confidence and efficiency whether or not the machine tallies were accurate or whether they had machine errors embedded in them.
All right, sir. And I want to end on this document, and then we talk about the lunch break. So this, have you seen this document before? A letter to the.
Is this his letter to verified voting, resigning?
No, sir, this is not that letter. This is a letter to certain Georgia elected officials, and the subject line is ballot marking devices are not secure technology. Are you familiar with that?
I'm familiar with the conclusions. I don't believe I've read the entire letter.
Okay. And so this, all right. So Mr. Chairman, I would like to request that we go ahead and break for lunch at this point and then pick back up with the witness after lunch.
I'm fine with that. Just one question. Do you plan, I think there are now 3 exhibits that you've used but haven't offered. Are you planning to offer them?
Yeah, I will tender those at this point. I can't remember what they are because I've been talking instead of making notes.
All right. I think we have Disciplinary Counsel Exhibit 36.
I thought that was already in.
Is that admitted? Oh, that's right. That's on that list. So that's admitted already. Okay. And I know the last 2. I just want to make sure there isn't an error.
8, I believe, in 219.
There's, well, all right, there's R23. That's the sequel injections document.
Yes. And then there was the CISA statement. That was the
advanced persistent threat teams.
Excuse me.
208. Yeah, I think that's the ones that we've showed him so far.
R23, R208, and R219.
Right. Tendered, admitted or tendered. Any
There,
objection?
were there others?
561.
Also 561, 559 was admitted, I'm pretty sure. Because we did admit 559.
And
But 560. Okay.
R2.
All right. So here are the numbers I have at least, which is 561, Those respondents, of course. R 23. Tell me, disciplinary file 36 is admitted already. R 208 and R 219. Are you offering all four of them?
I am.
Are
No
you,
objection.
no objection. Okay, all four of those will be admitted. And let's see. All right, why don't we break until 20 of 2, 1:40. For lunch. And about how much longer do you think you're going to have?
With Mr. Smith.
Yeah.
I'm a little bit hard to say, but I'm gonna estimate 15 to 30 minutes on direct.
Okay, and then we're deferring the cross to Wednesday on.
Correct.
Okay. All right, thank you very much.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Appreciate it. We're in recess.
Mr. Smith, I'm gonna put you back in the waiting room until we get back from break, and I'll bring you back after.
I'm sorry, could you say that again, Miss?
I was just gonna say that I'm putting you back in the waiting room and I'll bring you back to the hearing after the break.
Okay, how long is that break
We're-
last? You can just
We're
give me Eastern
breaking,
time.
we're breaking till 1:40, so about an hour.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yep.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I had a question. Is it possible when there's a document up,
Mm-hmm.
sometimes the witness's little thumbnail doesn't appear among the people on the right? I'm getting nice pictures of the rest of the people in the room.
Yes.
Is there a way of making sure that the witness is always there?
You're able to pin the video. There's 3 dots next to like everybody's video screen if you move your mouse around. Pin is an option and you can pin the person, or you can decide at the top of the bars there's how many videos you're seeing at a time. You might have to scroll down, but
All right, thank you very much.
you're welcome.
Ms. Barosas, can we go back on? Great. And can we let Mr. Smith back in, please?
Yes, he's joining now.
Thank you. Welcome back, Mr. Smith.
Thank you.
I'm sure you know you remain under oath. Mr. McDougall, please continue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Smith, when we left off, we were talking about a letter from Phil Stark to officials in Georgia. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And so now I would like to show you another document, which I believe is Respondents 47. Do you recognize that document?
No, I don't believe I've read it. I'm
Okay.
aware that the Safe Commission made recommendations, but I've only read Professor Wenke Lee's comments to it.
Right, sir.
Excuse me. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the wrong way. I thought we had the wrong number. It's my fault. Not yours.
So 47, he said.
No, I'm looking at myself.
Okay. No problem. All right, I'm gonna, since you don't recognize that document, I'm gonna take that off the screen. All right, sir. Based on the circumstance, looking back at the circumstances that were on the table, both before and immediately after the November 2020 presidential election in the November-December timeframe, do you have an opinion on whether further investigation of the election was warranted at that time?
I do. Further investigation was warranted. Anytime you have irregularities, most of the processes that are employed by election officials are what, from an accounting sense, would be considered internal controls. When you have a failure, just like for accounting for a large firm that's publicly traded, where you have a requirement for auditing. Anytime you have a failure of an internal control, the automatic and only acceptable response is to bring in outside auditors, and those auditors should have forensic or comprehensive access to all records necessary to assess whatever the phenomena are, whether it's finances or whether it's security and integrity of election results and processes. In this case, you saw numerous irregularities that revealed failures of internal controls, either their inadequacy or failure to follow them, or their violation. And that should that should result in immediate external independent investigation.
All right, sir. Now, have you ever heard of something that's referred to as the solar winds exploit?
I have.
And does that story illustrate any of the points you've been making to us today?
It does. So it's a supply. It was Solar Winds. So it's referred to as Solar Winds. Solar Winds is the company. The product was Orion. It's a network management software suite that includes some hardware components. The compromises that are involved in what people think of as the Solar Winds compromise or hack, the sort of colloquial term, were actually two different adversary tactics or two different compromises. The first was Sunspot and the second was Supernova. Sunspot you can think of as sort of the vessel or the path to allow embedding of the advanced persistent threat team within the targeted compromised systems. Supernova was the exploitation of that access. And it illustrates, so it was one of the most devastating supply chain compromises in history, not just in the US. And it compromised server infrastructure in almost every major federal organization, agency, department, and branch in the United States, and then many state and local governments. They had to have large networks in order to be even using Orion. But it was, as I recall, Department of Justice, Department of Homeland Security, Department of the Treasury, Agriculture, Interior, Defense, including within the Department of Homeland Security, the server infrastructure of CISA, Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency. So in other words, the very agency responsible to secure election infrastructure was itself compromised in 2020 by a supply chain compromise and unable to detect that compromise themselves. So all the measures they had, including intrusion detection and prevention systems, active monitoring, trained, skilled cyber personnel, all their defensive measures were for nothing. They never detected their own compromise of their own servers, even while they were making public statements about the security of election infrastructure. And the way they found out about the SolarWinds supernova or the SolarWinds sunspot was because Mandiant FireEye's teams detected it on their own architecture and then informed the federal government through CISA of the indicators of compromise for them to go look for. And then CISA published a notification telling other federal and governmental agencies what indicators of compromise to look for, and that if they found those indicators of compromise, that the first thing you should do would be to isolate your network, and then if you were capable, to create images of your network storage devices so that you would have a record that you could go back and look at. Because a lot of times advanced persistent threat teams will either have automated or triggered track erasing capabilities and tactics that they employ to try to erase any record that they were there. So once they see someone is trying to root them out or find the indicators, then they start erasing their tracks.
All right, sir. Now, what is the Internet of Things?
Internet of Things refers to the networking of smart or semi-smart devices. So, as opposed to what we once thought about the internet as being computers and servers in various locations connected to each other, able to communicate, share data, access data with indices and different search engines that would apply to them. Internet of Things refers to devices that could be anything from an infrared sensor that detects when a room is occupied to your refrigerator. It's typically a bridge between computers and networks and the internet and what in a commercial or industrial facility would be considered industrial control systems. But it could be even like a key fob from Apple that lets you locate your keys because it transmits the position of the key fob when it's pinged or interrogated by a signal.
And does the Internet of Things include such things as Wi-Fi enabled thermostats?
Yes, absolutely. Although I would say that the thermostats, like a Nest thermostat or the other Scoby, there are a number of commercially available, very popular. Those systems, when you start taking them apart, they're small computers. They're not primitive, crude, low processing devices. These things have memory and wireless connections and network connections. They're more sophisticated than the computers that were flown to get the Apollo mission to the moon.
Okay. All right, I'm going to put on the screen a document marked R60. and ask you if you have seen it or documents like it that provide a schematic of how the Internet of Things fits into overall security analysis.
I have I haven't seen this before. I've seen documents like it. I would say the first diagram is slightly in error because it indicates that all the devices have to communicate to one another through the internet. Whereas what's actually true is a lot of the devices have low bandwidth, and in some sense, whether it's deliberate or not, low probability of intercept and detect protocols in use. Like they're efficient from an energy usage standpoint. They're not transmitting constantly necessarily, and so they can connect directly from one device to another, like near field communications between your smartphone and your smartwatch, or between your smartphone and an RFID tag, like a radio frequency ID tag that identifies, key fob or like inventory tracking devices. So I have seen a great deal of information, including all levels of diagram from physical through security and conceptual layers for Internet of Things type devices, just not this one.
All right, sir. Now I'm going to show you a document that's marked R69, and this is a CBS article entitled "On Your Side: Prevent Hack Attacks on Your Smart Home Devices." Now, whether you have seen this particular document or not, is this a fair representation of popular press articles about the security risks of the Internet of Things?
May I just take a moment to take a look at it?
Sure.
Well, let's see. Yes, it's a fair representation of the risk of them. Although that up to 12,000 hacks per week is that's a low ball number. I don't know when this article is from, but that's a very low number compared to what I would expect in the current threat environment.
All right, sir. And so is the idea, let me ask you this. Could a hacker get to a computer network through a Wi-Fi enabled thermostat?
Yes, 100%. And the thermostat might in fact be designed in part for that purpose. That's one of the types of supply chain compromise is to provide hidden or covert functionality in a device intended for one purpose. And we've seen that over and over and over again within critical infrastructure. It's why we no longer trust any integrated circuit that's produced on a non-trusted boundary. We have to have secure, trusted boundaries where from the moment that the system is designed until it is fabricated, including control of the raw materials that go into it, because we've seen adversaries do things like doping the substrates on integrated circuits so that those circuits will respond to a particular radio frequency stimulation to cause a specific effect, like producing a disruption of processing, conduction, or resistance on the systems.
Are there any concrete examples that you know of computer networks being hacked through an HVAC or heating and air conditioning control system?
Yes, although I cannot. So there are some in the public knowledge. So Target was the subject of a massive data breach compromising its customer information. And that, from what I've read from open source, I haven't seen any of the sensitive or restricted technical assessments, but the open source explanation was that their HVAC contractor had access to Target's internal supplier data systems because they needed it to relay monitoring information from their industrial control systems that were sort of smart automation for their facilities, like temperature sensing, that kind of thing. Efficiency, performance management effectively. And I've seen that, in fact, when I was at 14th Air Force Headquarters at Vandenberg Air Force Base, we had an automation and HVAC, or heating, ventilation, and air conditioning system that the contractor had installed, and that vendor had access to certain data off of that HVAC system. And we determined at some point that that was a vulnerability to have any kind of data flowing out of that building to an unrestricted location or through, public internet. Typically, between defense installations, you want to have all your data trafficking through multiple tunnels, virtual private network tunnels, including encryption. And so Target did not apparently have that in place. So the HVAC contractor for Target had their system compromised, and that gave the hackers access to passwords, which they then used to access Target's internal network. And that all happened because of that vulnerability of having the smart automation devices accessible. But I've also seen U.S. Department of Defense red teams, and read the reports about our red teams during demonstrations of vulnerability and capability, go through industrial control systems, both ashore, like in U.S. military facilities on land, and industrial control systems aboard ships. In fact, from one ship to another ship, and then penetrating the command and control computers aboard the second ship, all done from ashore, from an installation that was not directly connected to the ships.
Okay. All right, are you aware of whether Colorado took any action relative to the certification of some component of the Dominion system that was used in Georgia prior to the 2020 election?
Can you be more specific about what action you mean? You mean, did they evaluate the vulnerabilities that were identified through, for example, the Texas examinations, or?
I'm going to show you a document and ask if it refreshes your recollection, okay?
Okay.
And this is a document marked Exhibit R-166. And take a look at that.
Right.
And tell me if that helps you.
Yes, I am familiar with that.
And so the Colorado Secretary of State elected to get rid of the QR codes from the ballots.
Yes, sir. So Colorado uses a different version than Georgia does of Democracy Suite. I think at this time I'd have to look at the exact date on the memo. 2019. So at this time, Colorado was using two different voting systems, but in 61 counties, in 3 counties it was using, or in 2 counties it was using clear ballot group voting systems, but in the other 62 counties, it was using some version of Dominion Democracy Suite version 5.11 CO. 5.11 CO used the same ImageCast-X devices or systems, which are the touchscreen voter interfaces, mostly for accessibility is what they were intended for, that are used in the 5.5B system. Throughout Democracy Suite, they're using the same ImageCast-X devices. The difference was in Colorado, the systems were used as ballot marking devices instead of as direct recording electronic devices. So the ballot marking devices are used to, the voter inputs their votes and then a ballot is printed out. The same thing, could be done with any of the ICXs. You just have to attach a printer to them. And the ballots that were being printed from the ICX ballot marking device in Colorado reflected the voters' choices in clear text, in human readable text, but they also had a barcode, and the optical scanner tabulators, the ImageCast centrals used by Colorado, although it could be the ImageCast precincts used in other locations as well, or the ICEs, ImageCast Evolution, used in some jurisdictions. They were not scanning the human readable text except as an image. They weren't scanning that text to determine the vote choices that would be captured in a cast vote record to represent that ballot digitally. They were scanning the barcode that the ImageCast X ballot marking device was printing on that ballot. And the problem with that is, first, that the barcode could completely not match the human readable text, and the human would have no idea. In other words, a voter would not be able to verify that what the machine was going to scan and interpret as their vote choices was in fact what they had inputted and verified. And so that was and that was, I think, well known before 5.110 before 5.11 Colorado was certified by the Colorado Secretary of State. But because the public became aware, and there was I would say some outcry from members of the public, as well as inputs from a number of voting system activists like Neil McBurnett and Harvey Branscombe in Colorado, then the Secretary of State was moving to change that in the next version of Dominion Democracy Suite that they were planning on certifying and fielding in Colorado, which was 5.13.
All right, sir. All right, and I just want to go back and touch a couple of bases that were mentioned earlier, but I didn't show you documents. And now I just want to hit that. Are you able to read that?
Yes, sir.
And that is the 2017 designation of election infrastructure as critical infrastructure by the Director of Homeland Security.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Do we have an exhibit number?
Oh, I'm sorry. That's Exhibit 71. Sorry about that. R71. Now I'm going to show you Exhibit R178. And when you were talking about critical infrastructure, you were rattling off some DHS terminology that maybe some folks didn't quite catch, something subsector, something or other. And does Exhibit R178, how does that relate to this business about sectors and subsectors?
Well, so the election infrastructure was made critical infrastructure by that memo that you just showed me from DHS Secretary Johnson. And for each designation of a specific sector or domain of technology as a critical infrastructure, it has to be placed in a sector or subsector where there's an office of primary responsibility. So this is, I believe, the election infrastructure subsector plan for the National Infrastructure Protection Plan of 2013, which was the last update prior to 2020 for protection of critical infrastructure. So the critical infrastructure are infrastructure that is deemed by the federal government to be critical to essential elements of government and continuity of government and societal operations, whether that's, electricity and water utilities or what.
Okay. Your Honor, before I forget it, I would like to tender R71.
No objection.
R71 will be admitted.
R166.
No objection.
All right. R166 will be admitted.
R219, if we didn't already cover that before lunch.
Yeah,
That was admitted, I apologize.
Yeah, that was before lunch.
Okay. And then do we already do 178?
No. I mean, unless it was done separately.
I'll tender R 178.
No objection.
All right, admitted.
Thank you.
Mr. McDougall, I meant to add something if I could to
Yes.
my prior answer. I thought it, but didn't say it. I got distracted myself, but this is an area where knowing a little bit is enough to sort of get you in trouble. So removing the QR codes from the ballots does not actually prevent the scanner, the optical scanner, from scanning a ballot for a QR code. And in fact, you could have a QR code that is stenographically, like covertly embedded as an image. It could even be a single 8-bit word, and it would be almost impossible for a person to detect without knowing where to look. They could just look like punctuation marks or changes in the serifed fonts of text on the page, or timing marks on the edges that didn't look right. Once you have a QR code scanner operating on the tabulator scanner, it's going to keep scanning those ballots for QR codes. And there may be a QR code on it that is not noticeable, detectable, visible, or apparent to the naked eye or an amateur. So the point I'm trying to make is there's a lot of amateur hour unavoidable from election officials in their decisions about election systems and their assumptions and the public statements they make about them. They simply do not have the experience or skill set or capability or knowledge to understand the threats against those systems, or more importantly, to protect them. So that kind of removing the QR codes from the ballots and then pretending that somehow removes that QR code scanning module from the voting system, or the risk that you could insert a ballot, not only that would have a different election result than, or a different voting result than the voter was seeing or expecting, but could in fact be providing instructions that would change the configuration of the voting system. And in fact, in the manuals for the voting systems, they have, for example, start and stop batch sheets that when the scanners scan those batch start and stop sheet ballots, they change the configuration of the scanner. We don't know what else is running on them. And this is part of the problem with the proprietary code. So I just want to add that caution that people not think that removing the QR code from the ballot that you can recognize actually removes the QR code function from the voting system, any more than not allowing ranked choice voting with your voting system stops the ranked choice voting module on that voting system that's been installed for years from operating.
All right, sir. I'm going to show you a few more documents that are in, that we've been discussing in general terms. This is Exhibit R 89. Do you recognize this document or this type of document from the government?
Yes, sir. I recognize that specific. I think I maybe have seen it as a web page with links to other resources.
And is this, in your opinion, the cybersecurity toolkit and resources to protect elections put out by CISA, is that adequate to the task at hand?
If the task at hand is to convince election officials and the public that they have some reasonable basis for confidence in their systems, then yes. But if the objective and the need is to secure the systems, then no, it's inadequate. It just would provide a false sense of security. It's like having getting under your desk for a nuclear weapon.
All right. So, yeah, some of us are old enough to remember doing that.
We did it.
All right, now I'm showing you exhibit, and let me tender R89, Mr. Chairman.
No objection.
All right, now I'm showing you.
Hold on. Okay, it's admitted.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Smith, now I'm showing you Exhibit R95. Do you recognize this document?
Uh, I believe I have seen this fact sheet before, but it's been a while.
And this is the U.S. Election Assistance Commission's voting system testing and certification program.
Yes, sir.
And we talked about that before, correct? The EAC certification and testing.
Yes, sir.
And this is an example of the measures being applied for election security that you feel are inadequate.
Yes, sir. Well, this is a very high level description of the functions of the EAC for voting system testing and accreditation under Title 52, the changes that were made by the Help America Vote Act to give them that authority. So creating the EAC and then designating them as the certification authority with the right to accredit the voting system testing labs. There are other manuals under their program that the EAC commissioners approve with each successive version of the voluntary voting system guidelines, like the VSTL or voting system testing lab program manual, which describes the process for gaining and maintaining accreditation by the test labs, including, I think it's NVLAP, the National Voluntary Laboratory Accreditation Program administered under NIST.
I apologize, communicating with the next witness.
Yes, sir.
All right, so I tender R95.
No objection.
All right, that's admitted.
All right, now I'm showing you Exhibit R99. Have you seen this document or one like it before?
Yes, sir. I recognize in general, I wouldn't vouch for every single detail, but that was a web page with links that I saw.
Okay. This, your opinion regarding the sufficiency of this document is the same as the others?
Yes, sir. It's just there's I'm not trying to be show contempt or be, pejorative towards them, but it's like the Dunning-Kruger effect where, I wouldn't consider myself a, cyber professional. I've worked with those people. They're extraordinarily capable, but I know a great deal about the threat and about testing for that threat. And I understand what it takes to secure a system, particularly a complex computer-based system, against that type of threat. None of these resources that CISA recommends or that the EAC recommends are even remotely sufficient. And the evidence of that is even in their own systems, they could not protect them against a supply chain compromise or detect that supply chain compromise for at least 10 months. And then when they recommended measures, in their notification to other federal government agencies, even the federal government agencies, which spends just billions and billions and billions of dollars on cybersecurity, they didn't tell them how to fix their systems. They told them how to get their systems offline, because most of them don't have the capability to, protect or mitigate once a threat is inside their system. And none of the voting system operators in the form of election offices have that capability to detect or mitigate those threats. So taking these measures is, again, it's like a Potemkin village, right? It's a facade to give people a sense of confidence in something they should have no confidence in.
All right, sir. I tender Exhibit R99.
No objection.
All right, it will be admitted.
We've already done that one. All right, I'm going to show you a document marked Respondents Exhibit R101. And this appears to be a voter pamphlet. Have you seen material like this before?
It's not showing on my screen, but
Oh, I need to turn the sharing back on.
yes, sir. I've seen similar. I don't know that I've seen this exact version, but EAC promulgates informational materials like this to state election officials. And then frequently they and their subordinate level of government within their state will disseminate materials similar to this with the same messages. So I have seen these. None of this looks like election security. It looks like a children's program.
All right, I tender R101.
No objection.
It will be admitted.
All right, now I'm going to show you some documents that we have discussed previously. All right, are you seeing Exhibit R221?
Yes.
And you had mentioned a 2015 edition of the voluntary voting system guidelines.
Yes, sir.
And this is a press release announcing the 2015 edition.
Yes, sir.
I tender Exhibit R221 into evidence.
No objection.
It will be admitted.
All right, now I'm showing you Exhibit R222.
Yes, sir.
And this is refers to the new voluntary voting system guidelines 2.0, and the date is, you able to see that?
Yes, sir. January of 21.
February 21.
I'm sorry, February of 21.
And I believe you made reference earlier to these standards being in draft in 2020.
Yes, sir.
And was this the first set that referred to supply chain threat?
In any sense whatsoever, yes. There was no mention in any prior voluntary voting system guideline or in the 2002 voting system standard of supply chain security or risk management requirements.
Right, sir.
And in these guidelines, it really didn't provide standards or any enforcement mechanism. It essentially required that there be paperwork from the vendor asserting that they had a strategy and, you know, some approach to it. But again, completely and total, that in and of itself is completely inadequate. But it doesn't matter because there's no voting system in the United States that has been certified or tested for the EAC to any standard newer than 2005. So even if these standards were adequate, which they are not, they still are not testing to them.
All right. Now on the screen, I have Exhibit R258.
Yes, sir. I'm familiar with that.
And tell us what that is.
That's the first of two volumes of the voluntary voting system guidelines. 2005 is version 1.0. So this was the first federal voting system standards issued by the Election Assistance Commission after its establishment in 2002 by the Help America Vote Act.
And was this as modified in 2015, was this the reigning set of voluntary voting system guidelines when the 2020 election was held?
Yes, and it remains the reigning set of guidelines. most voting systems in the United States that have been certified by the EAC have been certified to this standard or an older standard, the 2002 voting system standards from the FEC.
And in the course of your work in this area, elections and election equipment, you've studied these voluntary voting system guidelines?
I have.
And your opinion on the adequacy of these guidelines to protect elections against the threat environment?
They're totally inadequate. They're written that, first of all, the refusal, for example, of the Election Assistance Commission to prohibit the use of wireless devices in voting systems, to prohibit any sort of ability from a hardware standpoint for external network connections outside the voting system suite or components being certified, reflects what seems like industry capture by the voting system and elections industry and the institutions associated with them. But then secondly, the specific requirements within the guidelines are so dated, so far behind the kind of frontier of normal threats that are being experienced even by, personal computers and smartphones. There are so many devices now that are network connected and connectable. The wireless environment, for example, both Wi-Fi and cellular and Bluetooth and near field, has advanced far beyond what the authors and those involved in developing these 2005 guidelines anticipated. That it's night and day. It's, there's and then the standards are written from a standpoint of compliance as opposed to, even where they have test requirements, the test requirements are suited to a laboratory environment, not to the way threats present themselves in the real world. In the real world, nation state adversaries have extraordinarily complex threat campaigns. Maybe they embed something that looks innocuous in a hardware device. And the sole purpose of that innocuous embed is to get you to install a software update later on. And that software update is actually the carrier or the vector in which they will embed a compromise that then allows them to remotely or at a specific time activate your networking devices so that then they can get a foothold, which then allows them to establish a fraudulent credential and then spread throughout your system. I think, for example, in the Target breach from their HVAC contractor, I think the advanced persistent threat team required 10 or 11 sequential steps in order to get to the point where they could access all of the target customer data.
All right, sir. Mr. Hirsch, I believe I tendered this one, 101. That's admitted.
Yeah, 101 has been admitted.
Okay.
And 221 has been admitted, according to my notes at least. But 222 and 258 have not.
All right, I tender Respondents Exhibit 222.
99.
No, my notes say it was admitted.
Okay. I tender R222.
No objection.
All right, 222 is admitted.
I tender R258.
No objection.
All right, 258 is admitted.
All right, and R160. Can you see that?
Yes, sir.
And that appears to be a press release for the 2005 voluntary voting system guidelines.
Yes, sir.
And I tender R260.
What number?
260.
Excuse me, I think you mean 160.
Well,
Isn't that
I will, I stand corrected, R160, thank you.
I don't have an objection. I think it's mislabeled on the exhibit list though.
Well,
I'm sorry. On the exhibit list, it's mislabeled. This is 160, but 160 on the list is something different.
okay, this is how I got confused. The file, the file name is 160. The exhibit label erroneously is R160. So if I could, I'll tender that corrected at a later time, if I could.
Okay, you're telling me that this is supposed to be R260,
That is what I'm
even
telling.
though it says R160.
Right. I made a mistake. Or I'm responsible for the mistake.
So what you want to do is hold this off. You want to just offer it
Yes.
and stay?
Correct.
Okay.
Mr. Smith, is there anything else that you'd like to offer by way of your opinion that you think might be helpful to the committee in understanding the cyber threat environment for the 2020 election on the Dominion system that was used in Georgia?
Objection. He needs to ask a more specific question.
Yeah, I mean, I'll allow it. Rather than force him to get at this more specific and then raise the implication that he's leading it. I assume there's something in mind, so.
Mr. Smith,
Yes, sir.
anything else you'd like?
Could you repeat the question?
Yeah, is there anything else you would like to add regarding the cyber security threat environment for the election system in Georgia in 2020?
Off the top of my head, I think I've said it all. I mean, the threat to our critical infrastructure, of which, the Department of Homeland Security has designated election infrastructure as critical infrastructure, and clearly it's critical to our national security, our way of life, our form of government. It's much more severe than the general public or laymen understand. You have to have seen something like I've seen, where our national security establishment, defense contractors, defense installations, national security organizations, including intelligence community, have been penetrated so thoroughly to have data exfiltrated and compromised, systems compromised so thoroughly. I'm talking about petabytes of information, probably trillions of dollars in national treasure and intellectual property compromised, all from organizations and with systems that they believed they were adequately defending. And all of them with better defenses, more comprehensive, more skilled, expert, higher paid personnel than we're using for any of our election systems. We take these systems that we don't secure from inception because of the insecure, foreign, mostly supply chain, and we then don't test them really at all. So you have to understand, when a voting system testing lab tests a voting system, they're not testing the components that you're going to use in your jurisdiction. They're testing an exemplar or a sample. But the overwhelming majority of the equipment, the hardware, and the software that we use in our elections on these computerized and electronic voting systems has never been tested by anyone other than the vendor, or for logic and accuracy tests, which are, again, wholly inadequate to detect anything. Then we put these systems that have never been secured properly, and after they've been acquired from these foreign supply chains, cannot be secured properly, and we put them in the hands of, I think mostly well-meaning public servants who have no expertise or knowledge or capability to know if those systems have an embedded wireless transmitter or if they have been compromised. For example, the Dell motherboards have Thunderbolt ports. They could have a Thunderspy exploit that permanently alters the security of that motherboard and makes them forever accessible to bad actors. And the voting and election officials would have no idea. They have no capability or knowledge necessary And even if they did, mostly they don't have the authority or access to be able to look at the systems to find those kinds of compromises and vulnerabilities. We've done them a tremendous disadvantage, but really the harm is done to the American public because we're telling them to trust these systems and they're not trustworthy. And the federal government, elements of it at least, have understood that. You know, I left active duty in 2017. And at that time, within the federal government, we understood the threat and that you could not just, you know, try to configure your system and assume that it would be safe. You had to actively defend it. And it didn't matter how well you designed it. If you weren't actively defending it, you had no chance of keeping it secure. And even when you were actively defending it, like CISA's own servers, you might still not be able to keep it secure. And the ramifications and consequences of that insecurity and vulnerability and the ignorance of it are catastrophic. And those are the words of the federal government. Those are NIST's words. Those are intelligence community's words about the supply chain threat to our critical infrastructure. It's been shocking to me that we would employ systems this insecure and then lie to the public about it. And I believe that's what happened in Georgia. It certainly happened here in my state.
Okay, Mr. Smith, thank you very much. That's all the questions I have for you. And we're going to resume with your cross-examination sometime Wednesday after lunch. Our time. All
Yes,
right.
sir.
All right, thank you very much. Your Honor, since they're not going to do the cross now, may Mr. Smith be momentarily excused, subject to
For the
recall.
time being, you're excused, Mr. Smith. Please do not talk about your testimony with other witnesses in the case. And I guess the rule on exclusion of witnesses still applies to him. Please.
He's an expert.
Oh, he's an expert. That's right. Okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, my next witness is trying to find the door to the building. I know
You want to break for a minute and
yes,
find
if you would.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Why don't we break and resume at 10 of?
Okay.
Independent of the witnesses, but since we're between two witnesses, I wanted to raise it with you. On Thursday, I believe it is, you had asked a witness a question, and then you asked a question, the premise of which was that Mr. Clark had never been acting attorney general, and then you stood up afterwards and corrected that and said there was some period on January 3rd where he was acting attorney general. Is there evidence in the record of that?
It may not be in this record right this minute, but I can tell you that the January 6th committee collected call logs from the White House for January 3rd that reflected that. And that's the basis of that. Isn't that right?
That reflected that he was acting attorney general?
Said acting attorney general Jeff Clark and listed the call. I think that's on your exhibit list, isn't it? I can't remember what exhibit it is. Do you remember?
It's on our list. I can give you.
Do we want to offer the exhibit for that purpose so it is in the record? I'm in this awkward limbo.
Yeah.
Counsel makes a statement. I'm not sure it's in the record, and I mean I could be wrong. It could be in the record. We don't, instantly internalize something.
Disciplinary counsel is exhibit 33. We have not.
33.
Yeah, 33.
33.
I'll tender it.
Okay.
Objection.
Let me just look at the exhibit so I know what you're tendering. Okay. All right, it will be admitted. All right, why don't we break till 10 of.
Thank you.
All right, 9 of since I used your time. Okay, thank you.
Fine. Shall we go? Stand.
Mr. Favorito, do you want to, I'm Merrill Hirsch, I'm the chair of the hearing committee.
Yes, sir.
Do you want to swear or affirm that the truth of your testimony that you're about to give?
I'm not sure the difference, because I will
Swear
swear.
is under God, whereas affirm is under penalties of perjury.
I'm gonna tell the truth, so whichever you think,
Okay, could you raise your right?
I can do both.
All right. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're going to give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right. Could you state your full name for the record and spell it also, please?
Sure, it's Daran Favorito, Garland. Favorito is Favorito.
Thank you very much, Mr. Favorito. Please proceed, Mr. McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Favorito, how are you currently employed if you are?
I'm a retired IT professional for my career. Have about a 40-year career in different types of information technology.
All right, sir. What is your, we'll come back to that in just a second. What is your educational background?
Educational background is a certificate in computer programming from Lewis Civil Institute.
All right. And walk us through your professional work history in the IT industry that you were just alluding to.
Sure. My 4-year career spans computer programming, systems analysis, and design. It also includes systems development methodologies. And this is where we tell and write procedures for large companies to tell them how to develop mission critical systems. So that would be what we call the full life cycle systems development. That would include analysis, design, testing, auditing, development, evaluation of alternatives, and the complete full life cycle, including conversion. So that's, in addition to that, I had worked in board administration for quite a few years too, as a data administrator, and then also did a lot of web type design. Towards the end of my last 17 years, I worked primarily for a large scale financial institution on the online banking side. So that included both the residential and the small business and the corporate online banking. As a part of that, as you can imagine, identity management is critical there. So we have to design and implement an identity management system, which is what you would probably refer to today in cybersecurity. So our job is to ensure that no one can intrude from the web and take over your bank account, steal your money. So that was one of my primary focuses for the last 17 years of my career before I retired.
And when did you retire?
2007.
All right, sir. I am going.
I'm sorry, excuse me, that was a mistake. 2017.
17.
That was the last.
Now, I am going to show you on your monitor there. So we got some IT technology here as well. A document marked as Exhibit R334. Can you tell the committee what that is?
Yes, that is my experience and resume, which I alluded to in my testimony just a minute ago.
All right, so I tender R334.
Okay.
All right. It will be admitted.
Thank you. Now, have you had any involvement in or done any work in the field of elections and election integrity?
Yes, so I started interested back in 2002 when Georgia implemented what were considered to be the first statewide verifiable voting system. And that was of grave concern to me as a computer professional. And at that point in time, I began involved in the election integrity and voting systems technology research. And carrying on from there, I've done quite a few papers and worked with various counties and Secretary of State's office and how they could better secure their elections presented at several conferences and so on.
All right. Are you a part of an organization that works in this area?
Yes. So back then, I co-founded Voter GA, which stands for Voters Organized for Trusted Election Results in Georgia. The keyword there being trusted, because that was the issue, and has been the issue in Georgia since 2002.
And so you started that back in 2002?
I actually started right in 2006.
But you've been working on it since 2002?
Well, I had originally, the organization was started to bring a lawsuit to remove the old electronic voting system in Georgia. And that was in 2006, after we were unsuccessful in trying to appeal to the legislature and the various executive branches, governments.
All right, sir. And is Voter GA affiliated with any political party?
No, it's a true nonpartisan organization. And I'm also nonpartisan, not affiliated with either of the major parties.
So you're neither a Democrat nor a Republican?
Correct. I'm not either one in the I can call the Constitution Party.
All right, sir. Now, over the, I guess, 22 years since you started looking into election issues, election integrity issues, about what percent of your time has been devoted to election integrity issues over that period?
Well, for up until 2017, I was still working, so I would say 20%. Since 2017, I've been full time as a volunteer on election integrity issues and voting system technology issues, made presentations throughout the state, and on the security issues of the systems and how to attempt to resolve them.
Okay. All right, Mr. Favorito. I know you from Atlanta, don't I?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, it's so hard for me to not call you Garland, but I'm going to call you Mr. Favorito.
It's okay. I absolutely.
I'm showing you a document marked Exhibit R333. Can you tell the committee what that is?
Yes, that's a general summary of what appears to be my election integrity and voting system technology expertise and experience.
Now, you had mentioned earlier that you talked to legislators and government officials to try to get them. What are you doing when you're talking to them? What are you trying to get done?
We had a variety of legislative initiatives. One was simply to implement what we consider to be a verifiable voting system, which is a voting system that's verifiable to the voter when you cast your ballot. The current system is not verifiable because the votes are accumulated out of a QR code, which the voter cannot read. That's just one aspect, though. Some of the other things that we lobbied for were to unseal ballots, make ballots public record so that you can verify the election results and you can detect counterfeit ballots. Very few states actually have public access to ballots. That was another big issue. We lobbied for visible watermarks on paper, the ballot paper, so that we can ensure the elections officials can detect a ballot that is counterfeit. And clearly, and right away, we've advocated for better chain of custody procedures. We have advocated, and by chain of custody, I mean the ballots, making sure that you have the appropriate sign up and sealing procedures as you're transferring ballots from place to place. We've advocated for improving the voter rolls. There are a lot of invalid voter roll entries that are on the records in most states now, and particularly in Georgia and most counties. So those are some of the things that we've advocated for, but probably not a complete list.
So have you had any success in your lobbying efforts?
In fact, we did. We had a major success just last week. We were able to get quite a few of the things I just mentioned passed into law. The last legislative session passed on the unsealing ballots. In other words, physical ballots will become subject to what we call in Georgia open records request. What you would call here would be a Freedom of Information Act. But they will now be available to the public for inspection or for copying. And of course, that the chain of custody remains with the elections director, and this is all done at the requester's expense. We were successful in getting the ballot chain of custody implemented, improvements there for the sign-off and sealing procedures as counties are transferring ballots from place to place. We were successful in getting the security watermark paper, and with the next election, all the Georgia elections will be used with watermark, conducted with watermark paper, visible watermark paper, so that the elections officials can detect it. We got some success in the voter roll area on making voter rolls cleaner and clarifying how we would tell us about voter roll records. So those were some of the things, and there were a couple more things. We got better poll watcher protection and poll worker protection and meaningful access for poll watchers so that the election process will be more transparent. One of the biggest issues we have in elections nationwide is that they're not transparent to the voters. So that was a big issue. We have probably one of our most successful lobbying efforts just completed last week.
All right. Mr. Chairman, I tender Exhibit R 333.
No objection.
It will be admitted.
Now, Garland, have you appeared before or testified to any state legislative committees in Georgia?
Frequently, yes. I'm there. We have made a dozen visits in the last session, and that's really the key is to work with the legislatures at the time and testify for what you in the committee hearing, because by the time a bill gets to the floor, it's really too late to make much of any major changes. Typically, the bills are engrossed and you cannot amend them on the floor. So, yes, lots of testimony there.
All right, and referring to your screen and the highlighted text, tell the committee what that's about.
So in 2020, I testified before the Senate Judiciary Subcommittee. That was would have been on December the 30th, I think. I had 2 days, December 3rd. I was scheduled to testify on December 3rd, but they brought me to December 30th. And I outlined some of the problems that at that time that were of concern.
In the
I'm sorry.
You were interrupting you. Please finish.
Particularly, I think there was quite a few things.
We'll come to them later.
Okay,
You were addressing issues in the 2020 election.
that's correct.
All right, and then the next item, this one here, that's a testimony to another committee.
Correct. Well, that's the House Government Affairs Committee. So, the House Government Affairs Committee is responsible for election bills in the Georgia state government, and they have me testify for them as well. I'm fairly well known in the state in regards to election integrity. So I testified both the chairman of the House and the chairman of the JCA subcommittee, I'm sorry, chairman of the House committee and the chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee were aware of my expertise and willing to testify.
All right, I'm going to show you a document that's marked Exhibit R. I can't see the exhibit label because
It's 336.
Thank you. It was overlaid by the video. Exhibit R 336, and ask if you can identify that for the committee.
Yes, that's a document created to document the unresolved security threats with ballot marking devices. So a ballot marking device is a touch screen in which you enter your selections for your vote, and then typically they will print out a ballot for, or what it's actually a selection, so it's not really a true physical ballot. And there are quite a few security issues with this type of system. Many security experts have presented various issues that involved with the ballot marking devices. But I think this is really one of the first reports that has been done specifically about the security threat of the ballot marking device. And then I think I presented this paper. I did present this in California at the National Voting Rights Task Force.
All right, sir. And what's the date on this document?
This is September 30, 2019.
Your Honor, I tender Exhibit R 336 into evidence.
I don't understand the relevance. 2019.
Well, this is the same system. We're voting on the ballot marking device.
Okay.
So.
I'll develop a little more on that.
Okay.
Did you present this document to the Georgia legislature?
I can't say that I presented the document. I'm trying to recall if we presented. Many of our documents we have hand delivered to every legislature, every legislator. This one we probably should have because Georgia does vote on the ballot marking devices. But I can't testify for sure that this was delivered to every legislator.
All right. And do you recollect when Georgia acquired the current Dominion BMD system?
Mr. Chairman, are we involved here still? Because we're offering evidence. I don't have any problem with evidence in relation to credentials, but now we're offering evidence and we're asking about testimony. I don't think we qualify this witness yet.
There's some fairness in the
I think
objection.
that's a fair point.
Okay. And so what I'm trying to do is put this document on the timeline as an expression of his expertise on the BMDs at that particular point in time before the 2020 election.
Sorry about lighting, but okay.
I'll rephrase the question if that would be.
Well, all right. It seems to me for that purpose, you've established that he presented a paper to the National Voting Rights Task Force, and that this is a paper he presented. I'm not sure to what extent it adds to go beyond that or whether that's necessary before Mr. Fox has an opportunity to voir dire.
Okay.
So, I don't know because I don't know where you're going, but it seems like you've already made the point that you wanted to make.
All right, sir. Garland, what qualifies you to give the analysis or advice that you gave in this exhibit R336?
Bottom line is the 40 years of information technology experience, the broad breadth of that, coupled with at that time was nearly 20 years of, maybe 17 years of the voting system technology experience, as well as election integrity experience. And that's why I wrote that report.
All right, sir. Now I'm going to show you a document marked Exhibit R338. Do you recognize this document?
I do. This is the document that we wrote. I guess I authored this document as recommendations to the SAFE Commission, which the SAFE Commission was the commission that was responsible for making recommendations in regards to the new system that Georgia purchased in 2020. And we were, I had written some recommendations that they needed to consider before making a new purchase of a new system, given that the old system had been so problematic.
All right, sir. And same question as before. What qualifies you to write this report and give the recommendations that are contained in Exhibit R338?
I would think I would answer the same thing. Would be the 40 years of information technology experience, but probably equally as important is working with the counties, Secretary of States, and the technology for about 17 years. So I think we had a unique position in to author the document, which I also was allowed to present to the commission, I think in December of 2019.
All right, sir. Since you got involved in election matters in 2002, have you been involved in any lawsuits over election issues or election integrity?
Yes, so I think I mentioned in 2006, one of the purposes that forming the organization Voter GA was to bring a lawsuit to the courts in regards to an attempt to bring them by the old system back in 2002. The reason that we believe that to be incredibly important is because it was what we call the direct recording electronic system. It's a touchscreen system. And then it basically records something that nobody knows. It has no paper trail whatsoever. And that presents a problem to the voter because, first of all, the voter can't verify.
Let me stop you there for just a second because we're sort of getting ahead of ourselves.
Okay.
Any other litigation that you've been involved in on election-related matters?
Yes. So in 2020, we filed a lawsuit because I was present when counterfeit ballots were found in the Fulton County hand count audit conducted in November 14th and 15th. And we filed an equal protection and due process lawsuit. Actually, I was a lead plaintiff on that matter. Primarily because we wanted to see the ballots to ensure that the ballots were in fact actually legitimate or not, one or the other. So that was another lawsuit. There's been a couple more as well.
All right, sir. And are you or anybody that you work with involved in the a lawsuit we've heard mention of a couple times called Curling versus Raffensperger?
Yes. So our co-founder, Ricardo Davis, and I say co-founder of Voter GA, was an early plaintiff in that matter as well. He is still active, and I am his advisor in that matter. And I was at court every day for that case when it was heard in January of this year.
So that case was tried in January?
Well, it was actually tried for the second time, just to give you a little background. The first time, the judge did in fact find that the old system was constitutionally deficient and banned that old system from future use for federal elections. So that was basically the same argument that we had made in 2006, which we were rejected by the Georgia Supreme Court. The U.S. District Court actually upheld what we had claimed earlier in federal court and banned the old system. And then the petitioners, the curling plaintiffs and the coalition plaintiffs, there's two sets of plaintiffs, then filed a new suit to ban the new system that Georgia got because it was equally verifiable as the old system. And subsequent to that, Ricardo Davis became his own separate plaintiff. So that in that matter, there's three separate sets of plaintiffs suing the Secretary of State and the State Election Board as the state defendants.
All right, sir. And so you were in court every day for that trial?
I was in court every day for that trial.
And how long did it last?
That lasted from January 9th until about the end of January. I think it was the Thursday, the last week in January, but I don't recall what day that was. It's about 3 weeks.
By virtue of your work on election issues since 2002, are you familiar with voter registration processes and issues concerning the integrity of the voter rolls?
Yes, I would say so.
Are you familiar with the impediments, if any, to maintaining a clean voter roll?
Yes, I would say so.
And how did you become familiar with it?
Well, a lot of our people, our supporters, work with the in fact, various attempts in different counties to clean the voter rolls. And in cleaning the voter rolls, we have come across a variety of problems, which I'm aware of, and we have, brought those to light, both publicly and, with the press conference, as well as at the legislature through testimony.
All right, sir. Are you familiar with election administration in Georgia?
I'm familiar with election administration in Georgia. I would say that my expertise is more towards voting system technology and the as versus the actual administration. But I have worked with the election administrators, the county election boards throughout the state, really, and as well as the county commissioners in some cases. So I do have a pretty good familiarity with it.
And it may sound like a dumb question, but how are you familiar with election administration in Georgia?
Well, pretty much what I just said. In working with the various counties and the election administrators, we worked with the election board members. Quite a few of our supporters are now election board members themselves. Because of their interest, they have been appointed to the boards throughout the state.
All right, sir. Are you familiar with the machines and systems used by the state of Georgia and the counties to administer elections?
Yes.
How are you familiar with that?
Well, that would be the Dominion Democracy Suite 5.5 system, and that's based on our research, discussion with Secretary of States, and presentations that we do all over in regards to the technology that's being used right now in the state.
Are you familiar with the issues and problems that arose in the 2020 presidential election in Georgia?
I would say I'm extremely familiar with those. We've kind of specialized in that for the last 3 years. We've had a variety of volunteers work on different aspects of those. And I would say that we probably are more familiar, more than anyone in not only in the state, but possibly in the country.
All right. And you mentioned working with volunteers. Have you appeared in the media to discuss the 2020 election in Georgia?
Yes, I've been on quite a few podcast shows and things in different aspects.
Were you in the media talking about the 2020 election before January 3rd of 2020?
Oh, absolutely. And our lawsuit was in the media as well. The December 3, 2020 December 23rd, when we filed the Fulton County ballot inspection case, that gained national attention from almost every news media source in the country.
Have you testified in any courts about the 2020 election as an expert?
I testified as an expert in Georgia in 2022. And I've testified as in 2020, I think, in California.
Were you an expert in the California matter?
They were unable to qualify because it was a timing zone. So I just ended up testifying. Well, I was intimately involved with the hearing recount. I was there at Fulton County, working with during the hearing count. We actually coordinated audit monitors for other counties as well, and credentialed them through the Constitution Party. So yes, I'm extremely familiar with the audit, both from a procedural and a technical perspective.
Right, sir. And have you reviewed documentation concerning the first machine count and the hand count?
Yes. And
all right. And have you studied the second machine count?
Yes.
Can you tell the committee some of the data or documents or files that you've obtained and reviewed for studying the first machine count, the second count, and the hand recount?
Well, one of the things that we did was we issued a statewide, what we called open records request, which I mentioned before, for all of the ballot images from all the counties, the original ballot images of the election, and we got those from a lot of counties. Actually had destroyed them, which we believe was a violation of federal and state law. But that was one of the things we got. The reason the ballot images were important is because you need a ballot image to create a cast vote record, which is then tabulated to make the election results. So you can't have election results without a ballot image.
Okay, let me stop you there for a second and ask if you've had any particular focus on Fulton County in any of this work.
Yes, I was an audit monitor at Fulton County. We coordinated other monitors for Fulton County. We got as many ballot images as we could from Fulton County. And I live in Fulton County, so we're pretty familiar with that. Would probably be the county I'm most familiar with.
All right, sir. Your Honor, at this point, I tender Mr. Favorito as an expert on the election systems used in Georgia and on the conduct of the 2020 presidential election, including security issues in the system used in Georgia.
Mr. Fox.
Mr. Favorito, my name is Hamilton Fox. You said you were not a member of the Republican Party, the Democratic Party, or a member of the Constitution Party. What's the Constitution Party?
It's a smaller party. You might think of it more like a Green Party or Libertarian Party. It's just more constitutionally based.
And your formal training is that you have a certificate in computer programming from the Lear Siegler Institute. Is that correct?
Right. Yes, that was.
And I'm not familiar with that institute. What is that?
So in 1968, this is going to be hard for you to believe, but there were no computer science courses in Maryland. The universities had not developed their computer science programs back then. So you had to go to a specialty school and in order to become proficient in computer programming, which is what I wanted to do. Solar was one of the only ones in the country that I knew about. Another one, they were a little bit more strenuous to get in than the other, one I think was called ECPI back at that time. So, I chose them.
And how long was the course?
It was about a year.
About a year, okay. Aside from that, have you had any other formal training?
I'm not sure what we were.
Well, that's not the question, so let me rephrase. Formal training in computer programming, for example?
Well, I've had an extensive amount of seminars throughout my professional career. I've been to probably 2 dozen, usually every year, probably twice a year, some type of seminar that's relevant to the line of work that I'm doing at that point in time.
And I believe you testified that you had 40 years of experience as an IT specialist. Is that correct?
In different disciplines. I think I mentioned some of the from computer programming, system analysis design, data administration, and systems development methodology, as well as the architecture and what you would call cybersecurity now.
Right, but none in anything that concerned designing voting machines?
Nothing is specific to the design of a voting machine hardware. I'm more of a software person, and the software is kind of the same regardless of what type of application that you might develop for.
But you were not directly involved in designing electronic voting system software?
I was not directly involved, that's correct, in designing the software itself.
Now, in 2002, I believe you said you started getting involved in the conduct of elections in Georgia. Am I saying that right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I think so.
And a number of the issues on which you focused had nothing to do with voting machines or electronic security, correct?
No, that's not true. We were being an IT person. My concern was that the vote was counted correctly and the electronics were in fact correct. And what happened, what I learned immediately was that the voting system, as they are designed and developed, do not adhere to industry standard best practices. And that my concern was the actual voting system itself, the technology, and how deficient it was compared to my entire career.
Yeah, that's the touchscreen issue that you mentioned a moment ago, I think. That what you were initially concerned with?
Well, that's just one of the issues. The other problems are the auditing and testing procedures are wholly insufficient from my view as it relates to what I'm used to and what we developed, system development processes and methodology and how to test, how to audit. They just seem to be completely deficient, alarmingly. So we consider that everyone in the country is voting on these things.
Now, you told us about a number of legislative successes that you had. One of them was making ballots available through the Public Records Act. Isn't that what you said?
Yes, that would become effective July the 1st of this year, for the first time.
And that had nothing to do with electronics.
Well, it has everything to do with electronics.
So you can check on the voting system.
Exactly.
All right.
That's it. You have to be able to verify those election results. And this is the only way you can do it. That's why it's so critical.
And the same with the watermark.
The watermark is a little bit different. What that is intended to do is to prevent or be able to detect fraudulent ballots. So the voting systems have the capability, as does here in Georgia, of recording the same ballot multiple times. So you can run that thing through multiple times. So some of the concerns are, and the other thing is that you cannot detect a good ballot from a real ballot from a bad ballot. So all of these things are also related to the actual voting system and the deficiencies that I found in those. And
I think you also, you've done some work in attempting to purge voting rolls, getting deceased people and that sort of thing off the election, off the as registered electors?
Well, yes, but it's more than that. It's not, it's a lot of these, the databases are not kept up to speed in accordance with what I would believe to be standard database administration procedures, which I implemented when I was a data administrator. So the lot of those records don't even represent people. They actually represent something. The voter roll actually found one that was a fake address, or someone voted from a fake address, or a ballot was cast for them.
And then the other area that you mentioned was you got some protection for poll watchers, correct?
Make everything more transparent to the voters, and which so that they can have confidence to know that the elections are being processed, properly, and have confidence in voting.
Now, the two documents that you were shown, one which was RX 336, which was written in September of 2019. It wasn't clear to me whether you had actually presented that to the Georgia legislature or whether that was just something that you had used in a presentation in California.
I'm not sure which one 336 was. That was the unresolved security risk of ballot marking devices.
And just in September of 2019, the paper you wrote in September 2019.
Yeah, that was the one. That was yes, yes, sir. Correct. I don't know whether or not this particular paper. I believe this was submitted to the Safe Commission, but what I can tell you is that the security risks of ballot marking devices were made known by election integrity and experts throughout the country. They were made known to the Georgia legislature before they made the decision.
And you were concerned here and in 2019, before the Georgia legislature, was with the security of these ballot marking devices, correct?
That was one concern, but it's not the only concern, though.
All right. And the other publication that we saw that was, I think, was Respondents Exhibit 338, was something that you submitted after the last election. And do I understand that was submitted to the Georgia legislature?
I'm sorry, I don't know which one 338 was. If you can show me, I could tell you.
Maybe somebody put it up for us if we can.
Or you can just tell me what the title was. I'll never be able to.
No, it's none for us.
Okay.
The Safe Commission.
Oh, yes, yes. So the legislature, the legislature, well, the Safe Commission was commissioned by the governor. It was my governor, Brian Kemp. At that time, he was Secretary of State.
I don't want to get into the subject right now. I'm just trying to understand to whom it was given. Was this given to the state legislature?
Well, the legislature was driving the commission. That's what I was trying to get at. So they chaired the Bill Fleming, that was state legislator, chaired the commission. And there may have been, I think there were a couple of other legislators on the commission.
Now, these two reports that we looked at, these were reports that were issued by your organization, Voter GA?
Yes.
Okay. And Voter GA has also issued a number of press releases, have it not?
Yes.
And have you, aside from what Voter GA has put out there, have you published any articles about election security or cybersecurity?
Let me try to think about that for a second. We've published quite a few studies, and they will be on our studies tab. And there is some relevance to some of those studies in regards to cybersecurity.
You say we, you're talking about Voter GA.
Well, I author most of the studies, but I'm assuming most of them are authored by me, if they're about Georgia.
And my question was poorly worded. What I was trying to get at is, have you published any articles in any publications, magazines, anything like that related to the subject?
Yes, I have.
And what are those?
Well, when it comes to Flame newspaper, it's called Flame, and that article was entitled the 13, basically, the essence of the article was there were 13 types of outcome determinative fraud in the 2020 election.
And you published that in the newspaper?
Yes.
All right. Any scholarly journals?
Not that I can recall at the moment.
Have you ever taught courses, formal courses about cybersecurity and elections?
I have taught, I've been around the state making presentations and teaching the various people in the state about the cybersecurity concerns on the voting systems. I probably made 60 or 70 presentations statewide on that topic.
To what source of the audience?
Various, anyone who would like to come is invited. Typically, some organization will invite me. I will come, and it will be anywhere from
Anything affiliated with a educational institution?
Not to my knowledge. I think I've had a couple of them at educational. A couple of my presentations have been at educational facilities, although I don't think that they were officially educational facility presentations.
As I understand, you testified that you were involved in some litigation in 2006, in which were you a party in that litigation?
Yes.
You did not testify as an expert in that litigation.
No, the judge, I don't know that we actually had a hearing on that. The case ended up being dismissed, and I don't believe that we actually had a hearing. And then I know we appealed that to the Georgia Supreme Court, and they ruled against us. But I don't think we ever had a hearing. But I was scheduled to testify as an expert in that, and I also was scheduled in another case about that time as well.
In 2019, you brought a similar case in federal court, which was successful, correct?
Yes, I did not bring that case. No, I did not. Now, I think it's probably the current writing spirit case.
Yes, that's had many iterations, but there was one in 2019, right?
Yes, that's exactly right. And so the current plaintiffs and the coalition plaintiffs, which is Coalition for Good Governance, brought that lawsuit.
And in that case, did you testify as an expert?
No, I did not testify as an expert as that case. I was the advisor to our plaintiff, Ricardo Davis, who had pulled out of the case.
And as a result of Judge Totenberg's ruling in that case, the new system that was used in 2020 was ultimately put in place, correct?
That's right. As a result of the ruling in 2019, right. The new systems are.
And in August of 2020, the new system was also challenged in front of Judge Totenberg, correct?
That's correct. I'm not sure about the exact time frame, but the new system was challenged in 2020.
Did you testify as an expert in that case?
I have not testified in that case. Now, my co-founder, Ricardo Davis, who also has comparable expertise, did testify in that case.
As an expert? He's qualified?
I think he testified as a plaintiff in that case.
And then, as I understand it, there was another 2020 case involving absentee ballots. Was that filed after the election?
Yeah, the mail-in ballot, Fulton County candidate ballot case.
And did you testify as an expert in that?
I'm scheduled to testify as an expert, but we have not been to court yet.
Has the judge accepted you as an expert in that?
Well, we haven't been to court yet, so we can't accept me until I think he's heard from the plaintiffs and the defense.
Emily, would you put up Disciplinary Counsel Exhibit 76 for identification? This was the first expert disclosure that you made in this case, was it not, Mr. Favorito? Let's go to the second page and see if we can identify your signature.
Excuse me, Mr. Fox, since you just asked that this may be an unclear antecedent. Do you mean our proceeding or the case you were just talking about in the question beforehand?
Oh, I'm sorry. In this proceeding here, so, Mr. Favorito, this was the first expert. You filed an expert disclosure on the 30th of March, a couple of days ago, correct?
Yeah, I filed the one that, Mr. McDougall showed me earlier.
Okay. But before that, you filed this expert disclosure, did you not?
It looks very, it looks familiar to me.
Is that your signature on the second? And you certified, I hereby certify this report is a complete and accurate statement of all my opinions and the bases and reasons for them to which I will testify under oath, right? That's right above your signature.
Yes.
And in this case, you said that you had testified, in this document, you said that you had testified in the Eastman case in California as an expert, correct?
I was scheduled to testify as an expert, but there was objection and it was a technicality where they didn't have enough time to review my qualifications. So rather than to try to go through that, they just said, okay, just testify as a fact witness.
But the statement in paragraph 5 here, list of cases in which I've testified as an expert in the last 4 years, as an expert at trial or in deposition, said State of California versus John Eastman. That's not accurate, is it?
Sure, what the date on this is versus the date that I testified in Eastman's case. But it probably at the time that I filled that out, I was expecting to testify as an expert, and probably would have not been for a time on John Eastman's part.
But the judge in that case did not accept you as an expert. Is that not true?
That was a technical qualification expertise.
Did you not say during your testimony out in California that you were not an expert?
Oh, so you're referring to the case where the prosecuting attorney or the opposing attorney asked me for an opinion. The judge had already ruled that I could not give opinions because I had not been an expert. And the opposing counsel then turned around and said, "I want an opinion on something," which I'd have been glad to do, but I can only give opinions for both parties or not for you. We can't have a double standard. And quite frankly, it was quite a double standard in the court there. So I declined to testify, saying that you were asking me an expert witness question and did not, so far, have allowed me to qualify. At that point in time, they had suggested that, the judge said, no, it was too late. It was a technical process you have to go through.
But did you not, sir, testify in response that I'm not an expert?
Yeah, I testified that I was not qualified as an expert.
Let's take a look.
It was a very simple question to answer, and I'm happy to answer it for you now if you would like me to. Just give me the question and I'll answer it for you. Well, that's under the column.
Let's take a look at Disciplinary Counsel Exhibit 53, identification.
If I said that, I mean in regards to being qualified. Make it easier.
Sorry, we're getting you a copy. So we appear to have made copies of every single volume but the one we need.
I once thought that would be my epitaph. The only volume that's missing is the one I want. That was back when law was in volumes.
Can't find it. Here. Let me show you. There's only one question and answer. It's highlighted here. I'll show it to you. Now look at, I want you to look at, you look at page 3 of this exhibit. And see that you're the witness there at the top of the page. You see that?
Yes.
And now if we can turn to page 51. Starting at line 20. Were you asked this question and did you give this answer? Question. So how do you believe one would go about calculating a change in the signature rejection rates based on signature mismatch?
Hold on. I don't think you're on the right page. So it's.
No, I think, I'm sorry, Emily, I apologize. It's, I think that's not the right page. Page 51, scroll down to the top, I think.
Yeah, I think you may be using the top numbers rather than the bottom.
I am, and I don't have it, I'm using the top numbers. Yeah, good for 51 here. I apologize, my copy doesn't have the base numbers on. There, 51, if we go down to line 20. So let's try again. Were you not asked this question? Did you not give this answer? So how do you believe one would go about calculating a change in the signature rejection rates based on signature mismatches between 2018 and 2020? And your answer was, well, again, you're asking me an expert question and I'm not qualified as an expert to be able to answer that. So I don't know the exact method. Did I read that correctly?
I would assume so. I'm going to assume this is correct. Although I have seen errors in transcriptions before. But again, the issue is that I was not qualified as an expert, even though I believe I should have been, would have been, had it not been for the technicality. So when the opposing counsel starts asking me for opinions, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to give an opinion to the opposing counsel if the judge decided that she didn't have time to qualify me for as a technical expert. That was the essence of this argument that occurred. I remember it pretty vividly.
So you told us in your first disclosure you've been qualified as an expert, or that you had testified as an expert, and that's past tense, right?
Well, so again, experts have different areas of technique, expertise, voting system technology, election administration. There's all sorts of different things that are different types of expertise. So someone who's an expert in one thing may not necessarily be an expert in something else, even though they're all related to the election umbrella.
Let me show you your current expert report, which is Disciplinary Counsel Exhibit 77 for identification. Recognize that this is your expert report,
Yes.
and that's, you wrote that just a couple of days ago, right?
Yeah, but appears to be.
And if you'll go to page 7. Item 4 says the cases in which Mr. Favorito has testified in the last 4 years at trial or deposition are, and these 2 Chen cases, one of which where you were a plaintiff, or sorry, the Chen case, one of which where you were a plaintiff, and then the Eastman case.
Right, and that's why.
That's where you say, this time you say you weren't designated as an expert, correct?
Correct, as due to amount of the designation.
And you don't say that you were designated as an expert in the Chen case either, do you, in this deposition, in this scope?
I was clearly designated as an expert witness in the Shen case, and I testified twice as an expert witness in the Shen case.
And why, if you were not designated as an expert, did you list the Eastman case?
Why do I list it?
Yeah.
Well, it's the cases in the last 3 years. So I just listed, these are the cases that I testified to in the last 4 years.
Even all cases, not just ones you were an expert.
Well, I'm not sure if that's an all case conclusive yes or no. Well, I think it is. I think those are the ones that I testified to in the last 4 years. And there's been more before that, going back to 2008.
Before you wrote this document, your current expert report, had anyone disclosed to you that I had a copy of the transcript of the Eastman trial?
No.
All right. I have no further questions, but I'm not sure I understand what he's being challenged for, but I don't think this gentleman has sufficient training or education to qualify as an expert.
I'm going to overrule the objection, and I understand your point, Mr. Fox, about his training, and I'll consider that. And we all can consider that in evaluating his testimony.
Okay. Now, Mr. Favorito, I'm going to bring this transcript that counsel was asking you about over to you.
You may approach.
And I'd like you to read into the record from line 3 on this page.
You see.
Okay, until what stopping point? Line 9.
Until you get down to, I'll just read the whole thing.
Line 9 to 25. It's very 25.
Can we see the transcript that he's reading
I'll
from?
look at it on screen. I don't have it.
What page is he reading from so they can find it?
Sure. This is their,
Looks like 51.
It's 51.
Okay.
Can y'all get that up? Oh, okay.
It's page 51, not base 50.
Pardon me.
Same one we had before, I think.
You guys read it.
We're waiting for her to.
Okay, let me know when you're ready.
Nope. It was, what was that? No, Mr. Fox.
I think it's 53 is the exhibit number, if my notes are correct. Exhibit 53. And it's probably Bates 54, since I seem to be three pages off between Bates number. That looks like the right exhibit. Okay.
Keep
Three
going.
more pages.
Transcript page 51. One more. There you go. All right, back up to the line 3, please. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Favorito from line 3.
Okay, that's me. Right, I understand. I just wanted to note to resolve that issue. I didn't mention that earlier. No, it's not my testimony that you can, figure that out, because otherwise all the experts that have calculated those rates wouldn't have been able to calculate it. So of course we can calculate the rates. The court says, so of course, Mr. Carmen, the opposing counsel says, what do we, and the court says, just a minute, you're saying, of course, we can calculate what? The one says the rates. The court says the rates, question the witness myself says, yes, the rejection rates that counsel is referring to. And Mr. Carmen, the opposing counsel says, so we go about calculating a change in the signature rejection rates based on the signature mismatch between 2018 and 2020. Well, answer. Well, when you're asking an expert question, and I'm not qualified as an expert to be able to answer that, so I don't know the exact method.
All right, sir. So you did know how to calculate it, but you didn't think you were allowed to calculate.
I correct.
All right. When you talk about election integrity, what does that phrase mean to you?
Well, the two key components of election integrity, I believe, are election security and election transparency. So you really can't have integrity if the elections are going to be secretly counted and you as a voter can never verify what the results really were. Likewise, you want your votes to be secure and not susceptible to hacking. But there's also other components that could come into play. The verifiability of the votes, the voters need to be able to verify their votes. These elections officials need to be able to audit their results. And the system has to be able to form a complete recount, not just simply reprint previous unverifiable results, but do a true end-to-end recount.
All righty. Did you form an opinion, or have you formed an opinion, on whether the Dominion system in Georgia was secure from a cybersecurity point of view?
Yes, I have formed an opinion.
What is your opinion?
My opinion is that it is not secure for a variety of reasons, not the system as well as how it's used in Georgia.
All right. I'm going to put up on the screen one more time. Exhibit R 336. Tell us again what that report relates to on the screen.
This report is the ballot marking device report that we discussed earlier. Had authored and presented in California with the National Voting Rights Task Force.
And what conclusions does this report draw regarding the security of BMD voting systems?
Well, this report draws the conclusion, which is already been well accepted, that ballot marking device systems have security and auditability issues. And we've since that time found a lot of new security issues about other of the components. This particular report is only limited to the ballot marking device. Didn't really talk about these servers, the scanners, or any of the other components that are in the system.
All right, sir, I tender Respondents Exhibit 336 into evidence. I think that's already in.
Yeah, I think it is.
Okay, my mistake.
Actually, I don't think you offered it before, at least according to my notes, but I.
Okay, well then,
In any event, let's do it now to make sure. Mr. Fox, do you
No
object?
objection.
Okay, 336 will be admitted.
all right, Garland, 338, that's the paper that you, or your recommendation to the Georgia Safe Commission.
Yes, it is.
And,
Mr. McDougall, I know you know the witness and you slipped up, but please refer to him by his last name.
I'm so sorry.
No, I understand. It's just, I
didn't even
just
realize.
prefer to maintain that.
I did not even realize it. I apologize. Does this report, Respondents 338, voter GA Safe Commission recommendations, address the security of the election system that was being considered by the state?
I believe it does address security and auditability. I'd probably have to review the table of contents.
Well,
but yes, it even more so than I recall, but yes, it does.
all right, sir. I tender Respondents Exhibit 338.
I object. It's written after in 2021. It's a recommendation for how Georgia ought to change its voting system going forward. Certainly not something Mr. Clark relied on. And I don't see any relevance here. If he wants to testify what he thinks were the inadequacies, certainly free to do that, but I don't think this document is relevant.
I can ask a follow-up question that I believe will help on this. When was this report prepared?
That would have been in 2018 or 19 because I presented it, probably 2019. I presented it to the commission in December, mid-December of 2019. So it couldn't possibly have been written in 2021.
I renew my tender of R 338.
I'm a little confused. I thought just a moment ago he testified that it talked about the insufficiencies of the 2020 election, which I do not see how it could have been done in 2019.
No, I think that council may have misunderstood. The question was about recommendations relating to the system or systems that Georgia was considering at the time of the report.
Okay.
And if the committee didn't hear that, I'll ask the question to clarify.
Yeah. Yes, why don't you clarify?
Okay.
The province of this?
Why did you submit this report to the Georgia Safe Commission in 2019, Mr. Favorito?
I submitted the report for their consideration in evaluating the new system, which they eventually purchased in 2020. So I submitted this report in 2019, created 2019, presented it in Macon, Georgia to the Safe Commission in December of 2019.
All right. Maybe third time's the charm. I renewed my tender.
Still don't see the relevance.
Well, all right. Well, we'll consider it for whatever relevance it might have, but it sounds like this was something that predated 2020.
Right. So 38 is in.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, Garland, do you have knowledge one way or the other about whether there is a consensus among cybersecurity experts regarding the strength or vulnerability of the Dominion system?
Yes. Almost every cybersecurity expert that I know will tell you that parts of all of that system are deficient from a cybersecurity perspective, and not just the Dominion system, other systems as well. But yes.
All right, sir. Now I'm showing you a document marked Respondents Exhibit number 18, R18. And I'm going to scroll through this and ask if you recognize this document.
I do. This is basically corroborating what I just stated. These are experts from throughout the country who have written a letter to the Safe Commission. And as I recall, it had to do with the security of the system that they were under consideration.
All right. Did any of these experts testify for the plaintiffs in the Curling litigation?
Yes, I see Andy Appel there. Well, there were a couple of experts, there were some reports. Dr. Duncan Bill, I know submitted a report. I don't think he testified at this last meeting. Dr. Jamillo, who I know pretty well, I believe had submitted a report, but I don't think he testified. And there's probably Dr. Stark clearly testified in January of this year.
All right. Your Honor, I tender Respondents Exhibit number 18 into evidence.
Same objection as relevancy. Well, you ruled on that. So.
Okay, I'll admit it for whatever relevance it may have.
All right, thank you. Now, we've already talked about the Curling versus Raffensperger case. That was 18, wasn't it?
18. I apologize.
Yes. R18 is what I had.
I lost my pen somehow. Okay. Was the security of the Dominion system an issue in the Curling litigation?
Absolutely. That was the foremost issue. All sets of plaintiffs have requested that the court declare the system constitutionally deficient in either part or all components, including the servers and the scanners.
All right, I'm going to show you a document marked Respondents Exhibit number 57 and ask if you have if you've heard of an order in the Curling litigation from October of 2020.
Yes, I'm very familiar with the order of October of 2020. Although I'm not necessarily familiar with the summary, but I'm familiar with the order.
All right. In the order, did Judge Totenberg make any findings regarding the security of the Dominion system?
Well, yes, she expressed several concerns about the security, but also she found that the system was, in fact, in violation of Georgia law, in multiple Georgia laws, and that it was unverifiable to the voter. And that leads to security issues. But the system, as I think I mentioned earlier, accumulates votes in a QR code, which the voter cannot verify. Georgia law requires an elector verifiable ballot, and it requires human readable text for the voter. And therefore, the court found that the system was not in accordance with Georgia law, essentially what I would consider to be illegal, 3 weeks before the election was conducted in November of 2020.
All right, sir, and how,
Can I interpose an objection? I've read this opinion. It's long and very complicated. And I don't believe it's really correct to ask a non, but she didn't find an opinion. I can explain the opinion if you want, but I don't think that was a finding, for example,
I mean,
in the strict legal sense.
that's a fair point in some sense. I thought the question was directed at sort of a global level and not, because Mr. Fox, you've asked a similar question. Didn't the court say this was okay, or didn't the court say whatever? In a broad sense, the witness's knowledge of what the court did may be potentially relevant to the case. Obviously, to the extent this case is relevant, I assume the parties can cite it. I can take judicial notice, we can take judicial notice of the existence of this or any other case. Whether all of the factual findings in that case become factual findings in our case is a completely different subject, and generally speaking, they don't. But so I'm not sure. I don't have that much of a problem with the question and answer you just received, but if you're going to take him through every page of a long opinion and do that, it's probably objectionable.
Mr. Favorito, was this order from October of 2020 that you just described your understanding of, was that a topic of discussion in election integrity circles regarding the Georgia election?
Well, yes, it was a topic of discussion because this is the exact quotes out of the order. I recognize her order, and regardless of how you interpret it, this is what she did, in fact, write in the order. And she wrote that she cited the law, and she said plaintiffs and other voters who wish to vote in person are required to vote in a system that does none of those things, referencing the law. So however you interpret it, is left up to you, but that is an accurate depiction of what I believe is on page 8182 of that order.
All right, sir. Your Honor, could we take a short break, 5 to 10 minutes?
Okay. What do you expect to finish up with Mr. Favorito?
I would have to look at the rest of my outline. As I sit here, I think we will get to 5 before I turn over the witness. So I may have to pick back up with him in the morning.
Okay. All right. Let's break until 4:25.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hirsch.
to make sure she was here before I said, well, at least her hand's there. That's a good indication. All right, are we ready to get started again?
Yes, we are.
Okay. Please proceed.
Your Honor, I'd like to tender Exhibit R57, which is the Curling versus Raffensperger order from October 11th, 2020, and I have a couple of bases for why it ought to be admitted.
I don't have a problem.
Okay. All right, that takes
Easier for the hearing committee to find that.
All right. Good.
I'm sorry, I said I don't have any problem admitting it. It's easier for the hearing committee to find it that way.
I actually didn't hear the last part of that either.
It's easier for the hearing committee to find it in the sense of locate it that way.
Okay. I will admit 57 is subject to the comments I made before. That doesn't mean that every statement in there is is either established as a fact or that that's substantively evidence. It's evidence of what the court.
right. And the point I was going to make 2 points about it. One is the committee can take judicial notice of it because it's a published court opinion. And number two, it's, for lack of a better analogy, it's part of the res gestae of the election controversies in Georgia. It happened right before the election and people were talking about it.
Well, okay. Look, to the extent the point of the opinion is to say this is stuff that was out there, that's fine too. Okay. What I'm saying, just to be clear, is when a court decides a decision, it's based on the evidence presented in that case. That doesn't mean all of the evidence was presented in this case and we would necessarily reach the same conclusion or not. There are ways in which having a court decision might be relevant to the case, but that doesn't mean it's all incorporated into this record and you can rely on it all as true. Okay.
All completely fair, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Favorito, do you have an opinion on whether the security certifications for the Dominion system in Georgia are an adequate guarantee that the system is secure?
Yes, I do. I don't consider them to be adequate because of the security issues. Some of only a few of which we talked about so far are still out there. So they're still inherent in the system. And therefore, I would consider those not to be wholly adequate, based on 40 years in information technology and the 20 years in voting system technology and background.
All right, sir. Do you have an opinion on the adequacy of the various counties' cybersecurity programs for their Dominion equipment?
Georgia County's had virtually no cybersecurity program to speak of any significant, which is kind of raised one of the key security issues in Georgia, and that is Georgia, the system is programmed centrally by the Secretary of State's office. And the counties have to accept whatever they get, and they don't have any mechanism to detect whether or not malware has been delivered to them. The Georgia system is subject to what we call in the industry a single point of attack. And if you compromise the central server with malware, then you can basically control every election in every county and you download malware from their individual machines themselves in each county and control the outcome of various elections. So it's the single point attack vulnerability is something that I think is a huge problem in Georgia and maybe one or two other states. Most other states operate at the county level. So they program their systems at the county level. They're not subject to the single point of attack. And that, what we did find in 2017, that the central system was in fact vulnerable and open for anyone literally in the entire world to put malware on and have it downloaded to the counties.
So it actually happened with the previous system?
The vulnerability happened. This was, in fact, that was what originated the Curran case to begin with. The Curran case was originated because of a vulnerability in the Secretary of State system, which was that time Center for Election Systems at Kennesaw State, which did the programming for the Secretary of State's elections. And that was found vulnerable to anyone, whether anyone in the internet, anyone wanted to put a virus on. The background of that is that Logan was a distilled team researcher. He identified the problem in August of 2016. He notified the Center for Election Systems, which reports to the Secretary of State. The executive director basically thanked him and said, we'll take care of it. And then up in March of 2017, I guess that's about 7 months later, the vulnerability was still there. And as a result of that, the Curran case that we were talking about was in fact initiated. And immediately within 3 days after it was initiated, the Secretary of State's office wiped the servers that were at Kennesaw State so that no one could determine what the vulnerabilities were, whether or not they had been mitigated, and so on and so on.
Now, over the years, you've been involved in election integrity and filed lawsuits and so forth. You, from time to time, have presented problems, issues, vulnerabilities, concerns, and so forth to government officials regarding the election.
Yes, pretty constantly.
And as a result of those exchanges with government officials, have you observed any kind of pattern in how they respond when you point out or others point out that there's a problem with their system?
Yes, there has been historically a disinterest in it. They have tended to believe the Office of Secretary of State. We have hand-delivered a number of reports to them. One of them showed electronic alteration of the ballot images in the 2020 election before certification. But in general, there have been a lack of responsiveness until this year. And as a result of our statewide efforts, they have, I think, turned the corner now and they're more willing to believe us, the people, believe the work that we've done. And that was the result of why we had such a successful session, I think, this past week.
All right, sir. Do you have an opinion on whether risk limiting audits are sufficient to protect risk limiting audits are sufficient protection against the weaknesses in cybersecurity in the Georgia election systems?
Risk limiting audits as implemented in Georgia do not suffice. And even the inventor of the risk limiting audit process testified in court, and I think he signed the document that you showed us earlier, that the audit process is just wholly inadequate in Georgia. To give you an example, in particular, that's really what that report that you showed me about ballot marking devices gets to. But to give you one example, the state's own expert witness testified that a risk limiting audit cannot audit what a ballot marking device showed to the voter. So if the ballot marking device shows the wrong information to the voter, no one would ever know. And this is the kind of thing that we warned back in 2018 and 19. Dr. Stark, who the inventor, has sent a letter to the elections officials before they purchased the system to warn them about this. He's testified again this time in the Curran case. So that's the long answer is that no, that is not, I don't consider them adequate for those reasons. And the way that they were implemented in the 2020 audit is a whole other issue that we can talk about because that is equally as deficient as the process itself.
Well, why don't you go ahead and tell us about that right now?
So in the 2020 hand count audit, which allegedly confirming the voting system results was riddled with procedural problems and actual problems. But just backing all the way up to November 14th, when the audit was conducted. One of the problems was that you normally have people, well, first of all, let me describe the audit process. I guess it would help more.
Okay.
Typically, ballots are sealed, they're brought out, you have many tables. In the case I'll use Fulton County example, 125 tables were set up where two people counted a group typically of 100 ballots at a time. And one would call it, the other would write it down, they would check each other, and after the batch, they would write the results on a tally sheet. The tally sheets, when they're done, are taken over to someone who a data upload person. They will upload the information, but unfortunately, that information is going to the Secretary of State's office. They're not keeping it for themselves. So that's what we call, that was the Arlo system. So the first problem is that the people who are doing the counting, you typically want to have one person of opposite parties counting the results, so they're checking on one another. In the case of Fulton County, they did not do that. They had different people, people of the same parties counting at one table, people at other party counting at the table. That was one of the problems. One of the other problems is that as monitors, we could not get within 6 feet to see what was going on. So the monitoring teams are not able to have adequate visibility, which we since tried to fix that legislatively. The third problem was that no one was monitoring the data upload point. So if you go in and if you decide to change the results and you're the data uploader, you can just type in anything regardless of what is on that tally sheet. No one was monitoring that. And I checked that in multiple counties. And then finally, and the most important of all, is that the audit process had a broken chain of custody right in the middle of it. And by that I mean, when the counties entered the data went to the Secretary of State's office. The counties had no results for their own audit. So that is a broken chain of custody that should have invalidated the entire audit. It's completely unacceptable based, again, on my 40 years of IT and 20 years of voting system technology to have an audit process with a broken chain of custody right in the middle of it. Completely unacceptable, but that's the way the 2020 audit was conducted in virtually every 159 counties.
All right, and in the event, did the hand count confirm the results of the first machine count?
The Secretary of State claimed that they did. We did an analysis of only Fulton County, and we found some remarkable things. The first thing we found was that there was a 60% error rate in the count.
I want to stop you there, Tony, because I want to limit what your testimony is to the period before January 3rd.
Yes.
So there were results posted for the hand count and the first machine count. And were they, how did they compare?
There were discrepancies in almost every county, some of which have still yet to be explained.
Does a machine recount, address security problems in the Dominion system?
Definitely not. The way that Georgia implemented machine recounts, which were over our objections at the state election board, the state election board developed a procedure which simply, as I said earlier, recounts the previous unverifiable results. It is not a true end-to-end machine count. They just simply tabulate, or what the legal term for it in Georgia is canvas, but it's not an end-to-end full recount.
All right, sir. Now, the components of the Dominion system, tell the committee what the big components of the system are that the voter deals with and that the office deals with.
Sure. So the voting system, as you walked in and you voted on a system, you would probably see a touch screen if you were in Georgia, and it's called
Before you get your ballot access card.
I'm sorry. Yes, you would first of all check in on the poll pad. The first thing you would do is you would present your ID. You would check in on a poll pad. They would then give you what we call a voter access card, which is typically a little yellow card. And you would take that, it has your ballot style on it, because every ballot, depending upon, even in different precincts can have different ballot styles. So you have different candidates depending upon if you are in this district and that district, even within the same county, you have a different ballot styles, what we call it. So take those, you would take that in there, and you put it in your ballot marking device. Touch screens, would display your ballot style for you based on where you live. And you would touch the screen, make your selections. It would ask you, are you correct? You go to what we call the summary screen. The summary screen would say, are you ready to cast your ballot? If not, you can go back and look at any particular race. And if you're ready to cast your ballot, it prints out what we call a selection summary. It's not a full ballot because it does not have the candidates you didn't vote for, and it does not have the referendum language on it. It only has the candidates that you selected. You will take that. Our system has a QR code. What you voted, who you voted for, is in the QR code. It is not actually what you see in the text. The system does not have the capability to optically analyze that and create the votes from that text. So there in the QR code, we'll take that over and we will put that in the scanner. The scanner will then accept that ballot. Then later in the evening, there's another backing process. Once the precincts take their results to the counties, and the counties would they have a tabulation server and an election management server that takes the ballot images, and which are typically on the hard drives, the USB sticks, and then they will upload that to ballot images, cast vote records, and audit logs of what happened. And then they will then produce the results. The results will then go on typically into they can extract the results on a USB stick, take it over to another server outside of the election firewall, and then they will upload that to Clarity Elections, which actually publishes the results for the counties, and they actually for the state. And they also do other states as well.
All right, Mr. Favorito, could I ask you to scoot a little closer to the microphone?
Sure.
Now, the poll pads, are they connected to the internet?
That's an interesting question. So the poll pads were originally not connected to the internet. However, in recent years, and just recently, since the system, they have implemented wireless connectivity on the poll pads since this new system came in.
As of 2020, were they connected to the internet in the 2020?
It will have wireless connectivity in 2020, yes.
All right, sir. Now, you mentioned the hand count, and it sounded like you were there. Is that right?
I was there for the Fulton County 2020 hand count. All right.
Did you see anything unusual?
Yes.
Tell us about it.
That was a couple of the audit members, the senior partners who were serving as auditors, found counterfeit ballots in the Fulton County hand count audit. They knew that they were counterfeit because they were written ballots and they were not creased from being mailed. And they were not written with a writing instrument like a pen, so they were with toner, a micro toner. And they were voted the same way down ballot for dozens of in a row, which seemed to be virtually impossible. And they were also not on the correct paper stock for ballots, which is why that one of my security papers is so important. So those were some of the things that they found out. It was pretty obvious they were counterfeit ballots. I remember Susie Wells and Barbara Harding there. They raised those the issue to the elections official, who I believe was the interim director at that time, Megan Williams, but they were told to just continue counting. There was no provision, as we found out in the current case. Georgia has no provision for addressing illegitimate ballots if they're found in an audit.
So they counted them anyway?
That's correct.
Now, you've talked about BMD ballots with the QR codes. Are absentee ballots, do they have the QR code or are they different?
The absentee ballot has a barcode that's just used for alignment marks. It does not contain votes. So you might see the difference between a barcode and a QR code. I think everybody now knows what a QR code is since they have a phone. It's that little square rectangle. But a barcode on the ballot is just a series of lines. So they have to have that in order to align the ballot and count it properly. But that type of a barcode cannot contain data, or at least it cannot contain a significant amount of data that could change an election, for example, or change the results of the ballot.
Now, so how does the voter record their vote on an absentee ballot?
The voter would, on an absentee ballot, would just do the marks in the bubble. They would mark in the bubble. Many states still use those systems. It's very similar to the scholastic aptitude test, the SAT test, where the students mark in a bubble. It's the same concept.
All right, sir. And so in the lingo of elections, you've got BMD ballots and hand-marked paper ballots.
Yes, that can be true.
And from a security standpoint, the primary difference between them is what?
Well, from a security standpoint, the QR code could contain enough instructions to possibly have malware or at least change the votes that the voter had actually voted. Whereas a mail-in ballot doesn't have that capability. So from a security perspective, a mail-in ballot or a hand-marked paper ballot is much more secure than a QR-coded selection summary.
Do mail-in ballots, notwithstanding the fact that they're marked by hand, present their own unique sets of security issues, election security issues?
There are a lot of security issues with the process itself. I would say that the mail-in ballot itself doesn't present the security issue that a selection summary ballot would have. Not to say that it has none.
I think I asked a poor question. The BMD ballot presents a cybersecurity issue.
Yes.
The hand-marked paper ballot does not. Has much.
That would be my opinion, yes. The hammer put ballot does not present, present the cybersecurity issue that the QR code presents.
All right. Now, do absentee ballots present other risks of election fraud that votes cast in a polling place do not?
Well, I think the other risk and the issues with ballots are how they're processed and the lack of transparency in the process, more so than the ballot themselves. So I would say that there are security issues in the process, but not necessarily the ballot.
All right, sir. Now, were drop boxes used in the 2020 election?
Drop boxes, outdoor drop boxes were used in the 2020 election, and they have since been banned in Georgia because of the security risks that they proved to be.
And what security risk is that?
Well, the evidence has shown that there appears to be significant about trafficking operations around Georgia that were unreported boxes because out there and so we should put it in the box. And there's a variety of videos and sounds that we found of people. To give you one example, there's an individual who is fanning the ballots, appears to have about a dozen in his hand. He fans them, he takes a picture of them, which we believe was because that he was probably going to get paid for them, and then he stuffed them into the ballot box one at a time until he got them all in there. So there were trafficking operations that were more or less corroborated by the geotrafficking evidence, the videos that the counties provided, many of which have been destroyed, and the evidence of the counterfeits that appeared in Fulton County that were discussed. All of those are evidence of trafficking type operations in Georgia.
All right, sir. Based on your study and analysis of the 2020 election, before you got to January 3rd of 21, do you have an opinion on whether there was any meaningful evidence of either fraud or irregularity in the November 2020 presidential election in Georgia?
Yes, absolutely. There was fraud or irregularity in two fraud, one from the ballot trafficking or the counterfeit ballot aspect, the questionable balance, but there was also evidence of voting system malfunctions in Coffee County where the system could not tabulate right, they couldn't make it tabulate right, and there was a vote flipping situation as well.
And where did that happen?
That was in Ware County. First of all, there are discrepancies around many counties. The one that we just happened to identify was in Ware County, which had, I think, about 1,300 votes, but it showed the full hand count audit, which the elections director confirmed was correct, showed that the original results, which were published by the Secretary of State's Office in the county, indicated that the machines had given, in this case for the presidentials, which was oriented, they were given the addition of those votes and subtracted the exact same number from the Trump in that time. So the hand count audit showed, which we have trust, showed that discrepancy or that flip happened.
All right, so that at least was an error in the machines that was caught by the risk limiting audit. Is that fair?
Yes. Yes, it certainly was.
And then what happened in Coffee County?
In Coffee County, they had some very significant problems with the voting system in terms of, and when they got to the recount. and I'm trying to recall, make sure I get the numbers right, but the recount, if I recall correctly, it added 39 votes to the totals. This is in the presidential race, and for reasons which no one to this day knows. And so the elections folks there decided that, maybe they did something wrong, they'll try it again. So in the process of checking everything that they had done, they found 105 ballots that had not been cast or not been counted.
How many?
Not 105. So they put those ballots through the system, and the system did not change the results. It didn't recognize them. It just simply pointed out the same results that they had before. So the system overcounted 39 votes. On the original count, when they tried to do it again, it undercounted 185 minus the 39, which is, I think, about 146 or something like that. So it both overcounted and undercounted. So they had to certify the machine count. I'm sorry, they had to certify the hand count because they could not rely on the machine count. They raised those issues to the Secretary of State. We requested the forensic audit on both those two cameras, on the servers on those two cameras, and Secretary of State basically ignored us.
What are some other circumstances that, in your mind, support your opinion that there was meaningful evidence? Well, let me back up a little bit, withdraw that. The numbers you've identified, the irregular, the flips and the numbers that you're talking about in Ware and Coffee don't seem that big relative to the margin. So do they have any significance in light of that?
Well, actually they do, because that margin, in 37 votes, that margin, which is a small county, 1,400 votes total cast, but that margin, which is 0.25%, was more than the margin of victory in the presidential race total.
In percentage terms.
Yeah. So if you applied that across all the counties, it would have changed the outcome of the race. Now, I'm not saying that happened, but that's, it was a very, very tight race, both in the presidential race and in the Senate race.
Now, when you were being questioned by Mr. Fox a little while ago, the testimony from the California hearing was about rejection rates on absentee ballots, and what's the significance any of the rejection rate, overall rejection rate for absentee ballots in 2020?
So to back up and explain what the signature rejection rate is. So when the ballots come in, they're in envelopes, and there's a signature on it. And the verification process is to verify the signature on the envelope of the ballot with the signature that's on file. And that's the signature verification process. If the signatures appear to match, then the ballot's accepted. If not, they'll have to go back to the voter. We can give the voter time to cure them. And I forget exactly what the notification process is. So the typical signature rejection rate is about 3.5% statewide, excuse me. So in other words, 3.5% of the ballots are typically found to have some type of a serious signature verification problem, which would require the ballot to be cured. It still can be accepted, but they give the voter to identify, make sure that was in fact their ballot, and there's a process to do that. In fact, I think they are given a couple of days after the election, 5 days after the election, to cure that and get their vote counted. In this case, in 2020, to get to your question, Mr. McDougal, And I'll just give you one example. In Fulton County, the rejection rate there was about, I'm sorry, 3.4 instead of 3.4 or 3.5. So the whole order of magnitude lower than it should have been, it's normally been in every, in the other counties. So we did find out later that Fulton County actually did not perform signature verification in the county. In fact, they admitted to this in a court case in Atlanta that their machine was not used to do that in the 2020 election.
All right, sir. And how did the number of absentee ballots received in 2020 compare to prior years?
The number was just probably multiple orders of magnitude greater. We have typically absentee ballots represent about 10% of the vote in Georgia. But in 2020, due to COVID and other reasons, absentee ballots were, and I apologize, I don't have the exact percentage, but they were well over, I believe, 50% of the total votes cast.
All right, sir. Now, did Secretary Raffensperger appear on television on November the 4th and make a statement that figures into your thinking?
Well, yes, he did. I'm not sure how much it figured into my thinking at the time, but it certainly corroborates what I'm saying here. So Secretary Raffensperger was interviewed on NBC today and they were questioning when you're going to finish counting. So this was Wednesday morning of November the 4th, I believe. I think the election was conducted on November 3rd. And he stated that we're going to be finished counting today. We now know that there were 4.7 million voters who voted. We have 2% left to count, which is about 94,000 votes. And we're going to be done today, by the end of the day. And he knows this because he gets these numbers from the county. So he knew what he spoke. But at that time, he said it would not change the election results because, and referred to the presidential race, because at that time, Donald Trump had a 103,750 vote lead. And they said, "Are you sure about that?" And he says, "We don't guess." Yes, we know. However, in reality, the counting kept on going for another 2 or 3 days at least. And he ended up certifying 4.998 million votes, not 4.7 million. And to this day, we do not know where those extra 200,000 plus votes came from.
Mr. Chairman, I think that's a good place to stop.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll continue with cross tomorrow. I thank you very much for your time today, and we'll see you tomorrow morning. What else is on tap for tomorrow, Mr. McDougall?
We have this witness. We have Edwin Meese. We have Harry Haring. We have Heather Honey, the rebuttal witness. And we may have Mr. Tony Schaefer. And I think that's what we got, but let me.
I still have no expert reports from Meese or Hart.
So I understand that the Meese report is in Mr. Fox's inbox. And I will tell you candidly, he can beef with us about that. But Mr. Meese is 92 years old and it's hard to rush him.
Well, we'll take that up tomorrow. I'm sorry. Are you done with your direct?
No, sir. I'm not done with
Okay.
my direct. It's just a good place to stop.
Okay. About how much more do you have with Mr. Favorito?
I would say between, I'm gonna say 30 to 45, maybe a little bit more.
All right, is there anything else we need? I assume you're going to object, but look at the report first and we'll talk
Right.
about that issue, Mr. Fox. Is there anything else we should take up right now?
Oh, I would like to tender R561 if it's not already in.
Sorry, 561?
Yeah, that's the EAC, at Fulton County Absentee Ballot Statistics. I may have already done that. I apologize if I know you're looking at it.
Sorry,
Sorry, okay, sorry. My mistake.
Okay.
It's very difficult to keep track of exhibits when you're standing here.
Yeah.
Okay, that's it.
Okay, well, we'll see everybody tomorrow at 9:30 then. Good recess.